Like to call a meeting to order for the Migratory Bird and Waterfowl Committee. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded on the public record. A recording of this meeting will be available on www.ncwildlife.gov. Good, I'd like to ask Margaret to please call a roll.
Good morning. I'm going to do a roll call for our waterfowl committee members. Committee Chair John Coley. Committee Vice Chair Wes Seegers.
Here.
Committee Member Kelly Davis. Here. Committee Member Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Committee Member John Alexander. Committee Member Mike Alford. And ex officio members Monty Crump and Mark Craig.
Here.
Chairman, you have.
Thank you very much. And we'll get started by calling on, let me just, before we do get started, I just want to acknowledge the passing of Doug Howell, which I think most of you know and are aware of, and the loss that we'll all feel as what an outstanding, wonderful job he did with migratory waterfowl and this whole division and his tenure of 25 years on the commission. So I just want to acknowledge that. And I am aware that we're going to have just a little more of acknowledgement at the end of this meeting. So just unfortunately get started on an unfortunate occurrence. Anyway, all right. So Brad, on to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we'll have a few words later. It's not exactly the committee meeting we had planned. But I'm gonna try to get through this. I'm gonna jump right on into the migratory, the proposed season dates for migratory birds and the frameworks and go through those. You know, as usual, we put up this diagram and it's got a lot of stuff in it, but we've tried to highlight the well, let me take a half a step back. Doug put this all together. And he put the exhibits together that you're going to be voting on. I mean, he was working on this for the last 2 weeks, and so actually, if let me take a step back, Mr. Chairman, if I can, and just real quickly introduce. I don't think he's been here to a committee meeting. Our waterfowl biologist Hunter Morris back there. And I think this is his. Is this your first committee meeting? Yes, sir. Okay, so welcome to him, and he's got big shoes to fill for sure. So, but anyway, we're going to highlight the points that you guys have all these. You've gotten these in your documents, the frameworks. They're more or less how they typically been. Not a lot of changes this year. We wanted to put out that the staff recommendation for the mourning dove season is September 1st. As we all know, we cannot start our migratory bird seasons prior to September 1st. This year, that happens to be Labor Day. So that means, once again, we have dove season opening on Monday and not Saturday. But that's just, we want to open it as soon as we can. And that is a holiday. So Labor Day opening for dove season this year. Everything else is pretty consistent from how it's been in previous years. You received the public comments to look through. We made we made one change to the September teal season from what was sent out for public comment. Based on public comment, we changed. We originally proposed a later season for the September seal season, and based on feedback from waterfowl hunters and public comment, we stepped back to the September 11th to September 20th framework for that teal season. And then the duck seasons are, basically consistent with how we've had them for the last couple of years with our zones. 3 days in October in the inland zone, 2 days in October in the coastal zone. The big change here that we wanted to point out, we'll talk about this a little bit later as well, is this year across the continent, the pintail bag limits increased. We've got a new pintail harvest model. And this year, the pintail bag limit's been increased to 3 across all 4 flyway frameworks. But there was a significant change for the Atlantic flyway framework relative to that. And so Doug was real proud of his efforts, and I'll talk about that in just a bit. But in the Atlantic flyway, based on this new harvest model, if there is we represent about 3% of the, and I might get to this later in the presentation as well, but 3% of the pintail harvest Atlantic flyway does. So based on the new model, if there's pintail season open, the Atlantic Flyway will always have 3 pintails in the bag. And I'll talk about that a little bit more when I talk about the Flyway Council and that stuff later on. I know you couldn't see all the bag limits in that little tiny print on that table, so I did put that up there. And as I mentioned, the switch to what was proposed for public comment for the September teal season, and then of course the 3 pintail bag limit. So that's the 2 biggest changes. Everything else has stayed consistent with what we've had the last couple of years. And so that's what our inland and coastal zones look like in a number of days. The framework, the outside dates were the 27th to the 31st, 60 days with a 6-bird daily bag. And as we know, we can't have more than 3 season segments per duck hunting zone, or it depends on whether you want to get 3 season segments and or 2 splits. Total of 60 days. The difference is an extra day in October in the inland zone, and they start 1 day earlier in December in the coastal zone because we only use 2 days in October in the coastal zone. And the cool thing about this year is we go to January 31st with our season dates now, closing dates, and that actually falls on a Saturday this year. So we get a Saturday closing date this year. And I'm going to talk more about that January 31st date and what that means here in a second, as we talk about youth days. Mergansers, coots, sea ducks, Canada geese, residents, northwest zone, northeast zone, all that has stayed consistent from last year. There's no changes to those seasons and those frameworks. Same with Brant, light geese, and swans. It looks like we're going to have 4,853 permits this year for swan permits allocated to North Carolina. You know, we by far have almost all of the tundra swan permits in the Atlantic Flyway. Virginia has a few, Delaware has a few, but we have the bulk of them. I guess one of the biggest changes that we proposed this year, and there's a biologically significant reason for this, and we proposed to change. We had historically had the youth day was the first 2 Saturdays after the end of duck season. When we started youth days, we ended on the last Saturday in January, whatever date that was. We didn't go all the way to the 31st, whatever date. So that put us a little late in February, but 10 days or so, in 10 or 11 days, which is probably a little too late. The birds are paired up. We're probably impacting some things with that, but that was doable. A couple of years ago, when we switched to going to January the 31st at the request of our waterfowl hunters, because we were losing hunting days in January, stopping it on a Saturday. So we went to January the 31st, whether that was a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Saturday, whatever it was. And it gave us more days in January. But what that did is it bumped us in a number of years into mid-February with that youth day. And then we added the military day on top of the youth day. And Doug has been really concerned for a couple of years about the impacts of those 2 Saturdays, or especially that later Saturday in February, when you're getting to mid-February and those birds are already they're pair bonded, they're working their way back north. And it was causing some biological concern. And then we started to get feedback from duck hunters that they were a little bit concerned about the later seasons and the impacts of hunting. And so we decided to propose this year to switch to keep the first Saturday after the close of season, which this year will be February the 7th, and then move the other one to in between the November-December split. And that's what we sent out for public comment. And then, of course, as the commission is aware, I think the commission made the decision, and I just wanted to confirm that for the waterfowl, is that youth will now be considered 15 and under for the youth waterfowl days. And that's consistent with the rest of our youth seasons that we've changed with the turkey, the deer, and everything. And then, of course, it'll be the same in for the veteran and veteran/military days will still be consistent with our youth seasons, and they'll be the same, December the 6th and February the 7th. Relative, this is only a couple of, these two public comments are the ones that that I wanted to show. 57% in support of that change, those changes to the youth days, a lot of positive comments. If you go through and read the comments, a number of the negative comments really didn't have anything to do with the youth day at all. Or they just didn't like the youth day period. There was a few that wanted to continue that 2 days after, but they really probably didn't quite understand the biological significance of that. A little bit less support for the Veterans Military Day, but again, that the not support for that kind of fell more towards they didn't particularly like the idea of those days, period, or other reasons. So in general, it seems like our constituents are very much supportive of shifting those youth days to one in the middle. And there was a lot of positive comments about putting one of those days in that early December framework, from better weather for kids to be out hunting and that flight of ducks that are coming through during that time. So that, you know, that's our recommendation to make that change. And then the season frameworks also include the extended falconry seasons, and the general guidelines for those seasons are, you know, that must fall between September 1st and March the 10th. And cannot exceed 107 days for each species. The falconry bag limit is 3 permitted migratory birds in singly or in aggregate. They can have 3 of any type, but they can't have more than 3. It's not in addition to the regular gun season. So each extended season may be divided into 3 segments. And as I said, the falconry bag limit is not in addition to the gun bag limit. So if you're falconry, you get 3. That's it. Our recommendations for those seasons have not changed from previous years. Doves are October 6th to the 18th. Rails, Gallinule, and moorhens December 6th to January the 10th. Woodcock from December 1st through December 10th, and then from February 2nd to February 21st. And then ducks, mergansers, and coots October 1st to the 11th and February 2nd to the 7th. And that's the extended portion of those seasons. And finally, this will actually be a different voting exhibit tomorrow for you guys, but this is the recommendations to take of migrant peregrine falcons for use in falconry. The Fish and Wildlife Service is allowing up to 48 fall migrants in portions of the Atlantic Flyway. Of those, North Carolina has allocated up to 5 birds. And so we recommend that we just accept the Fish and Wildlife Service allocation and allow for a total take in the state of 5 birds. Under these conditions, they have to be juveniles. The take permit is permitted from September 20th to October the 20th, and that's only east of Highway 17. No banded birds can be taken. The permits are issued through our special permit hunting system. It's a random draw for falconers. An individual issued a permit must have the proper state and federal licenses, and they have to complete a postseason survey by December the 15th. Questions about season frameworks, season recommendations before I go?
Just real quick, Brad, have anything up there on the seasons limits for black ducks? I'm scanning and couldn't read all of it, so I'm sure it is.
Yeah, I'll go back to it. The black ducks are 2 black ducks. And then there's a restriction. The season is closed on black ducks and mottled ducks until November the 22nd. So the season doesn't open until the 22nd on black ducks, that's consistent with that second, later in that second segment. And then it's 2 black ducks in the bag daily.
Any other questions? Brad, I've got one for you. I think I know the answer to this. With our 2 section season, the bag limit remains the same in the west as it is in the east.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. The bag limits don't change in the zones. Just the season dates can change. The bag limits are statewide.
I had received actually one yesterday, one about 2 weeks ago, a phone call about that. I told them I thought that was the case, but I've got their number. I'll just call it back and confirm it. But I don't ever recall us talking about doing anything different than that.
Yeah, I'm not even sure the frameworks allow for us to have differing bag limits. I think that they allow for us to have different dates. We could have different youth and military days in each zone, but our bag limits are consistent statewide. Except for special circumstances like Northeast Goose and places like that where we designate that. We could be more restrictive. I mean, we could set, but I'm not sure that the zoning and stuff, that would have been a good question for Doug. Will the zone split rules let us do that? And I don't think so. I don't think we can.
Well, just one of them's argument was, there's certain species that they don't have up there. Of course, their argument was, if we can't shoot these, can we kill those? I said, well, you kill anything you want, long as you don't exceed 6.
Yeah, as long as you don't exceed the bag limit for that particular species, yeah. I mean, wood ducks are 3, pintails are 3, but yeah, I mean, he's trying. That's a good argument. Well, we don't have pintails here, so let us shoot more wood ducks. Well, no, doesn't work like that.
Have at it.
Yeah, as long as you stay in the categories that the 4 mallards, 3 wood ducks, as long as you do that. But yeah, just because you don't have black ducks in the area doesn't mean you can shoot 2 extra mallards. So.
And it's probably not the right question to ask, but is there any thought given that maybe having black duck seasons coincide with regular duck seasons, reducing limit to 1? It's just confusing in the morning sometimes because all ducks are black. So,
Oh, yeah.
Got
The considerations for black ducks and yeah, they have a lot of conversation to discussion with. I'm gonna jump into the Flyway Council and the technical committee meetings and those kind of things. And so there's always constant consideration of the best way to minimize black duck harvest. And is it starting late? And there's a lot of reasons for that, delaying that to let black ducks get different places where they need them to be and that kind of stuff. So I think the quick answer to your question is, yeah, they're always thinking about different ways relative to the black duck harvest and ways to minimize. Is it one? And they've got some really complex population models. We're continuing to work on a couple of different research projects with black ducks and determining, productivity and nesting success and some things. One of the, Doug will be happy that I mentioned this. One of the concerns with black ducks right now is, hybridization with these old world mallards that are being released. And that is, the more and more we learn about genetics and the more genetics that work we're doing, the more concerning that's becoming, because we're getting quite a bit of hybridization out there. And so there's a lot of things going on in the black duck world. And I would say we probably will continue to watch what the recommendations from the Flyway Council and the Fish and Wildlife Service has over the black duck harvest.
Well, tell us a little bit more about the biological concerns for the February 14th date.
By that point in time, most of those ducks are paired. The pair bonds exist at that point, as they're coming through. So the theory is, as you start killing ducks during that time frame, as they're migrating back through to go back up north to the nesting, breeding or nesting grounds, breeding and nesting grounds, you're disrupting that. Whether they'll repair or not is 50-50 at best. So, if you're disrupting those pair bonds during that time, that's, it seems like, well, there's not that many, but, we've got a pretty active youth days. And so we have, fairly good participation in those days. And when we've added the veteran, military days on top of that, we're killing a lot of birds on those 2 Saturdays and that last Saturday is just really, we're the only state in the Atlantic Flyway that actually lets the youth day occur in February. All the rest of them shut it. It's earlier. And we take both youth days. Not every state takes both. Some of them still just have one. But nobody goes as late in February as we had been going. And that was, like I said, that was a bit of a byproduct of when we ended our regular duck season, it pushed that second youth day too far back. But, the big concern with that is, disrupting those pair bonds and those kind of things, which is why duck season closes on the 31st everywhere. So across the Flyway. So sure.
I don't know why I don't know this, but do those youth days count in our 60? Is that part of our 60?
No, they're in addition to. Yep, they're special days. Both of those are special days. That's, we could, again, we could really complicate it if we wanted to. I mean, we could have military veterans days on two completely different days than the youth days. And we could have 4 in the east and 4 in the west. And, but at the end of the day, it's just, we got 2. This is when they are. And everybody that is qualified to participate can do so. But yes, they do not count against our 60 days.
Any other questions?
Good. So dove season's longer than those 2 weeks in October, isn't it? That you had up there.
Oh, yeah. The dove season is, I think that was the extended falconry you were thinking. The dove season is September 1st through October 4th, and then November the 8th through the 29th, and then 16th through the 31st. Yeah, that's the extended part of the season for falconry. Yeah, it's pretty much our normal dove season splits. We didn't change much from that. I'm going to, there was a couple other things we were going to talk about. I'll just give a heads up that our time frame for making the decision about our zones and splits, especially our zoning, is believe it or not upon us. We have to tell the Fish and Wildlife Service what we're doing every 5 years with that. If we're going to decide to continue to keep our zones the way they are, we have a duck hunter survey that we were in the process of working on, and we have to do that as part of this evaluation of our zoning. We're going to do that. We're going to continue with that. So stay tuned. We'll be having to make some decisions about that within this year. But I got to get my bearings straight and figure out exactly how we're going to do that. We were going to have Doug was going to do a whole presentation about that today, but we're not going to do that. So that's coming up, but I covered the Peregrine take. Yeah. Okay. Let's making sure where I was at. We wanted to go over, I talked quite a bit about the Atlantic Flyway Council, and we talked a little bit about the technical sections. I wanted to kind of do a brief overview about, because there's a lot of you maybe that aren't familiar with the Flyway system and the Flyway Council, and quite frankly, how involved we are in the decisions and things that are done, we being your staff, in the Flyway Council. But before I jump in, I want to sort of remind everybody, for some of you that don't know, how we got where we are with the federal authority over migratory birds. And, that began with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act of 1918. And, that act, it was actually an agreement with England, who were still sovereign over Canada at that point. It's now between us and Canada, but it established federal authority for all migratory birds, not just game birds. It was really focused on game birds at this point in time. This was the time we were trying to get a hold on market hunting and get that under control, and actually the harvest of some of our water birds and stuff for feathers and things. But it prohibited the take, including hunting of migratory birds, except as permitted. It established the hunting seasons are closed unless they're opened in the U.S. by the Secretary of the Interior. And here's the big kicker, and this is one that bugs everybody, our sportsmen. They don't quite completely understand this. It set the opening and closing dates, the first and the last. It cannot open, migratory bird seasons cannot open before September 1st, and they have to close by March 10th unless there's a special order, which is what's that's our conservation season for light geese, snow geese. But those are the bans. We cannot have seasons outside of those by a treaty with these other countries. And since that time, we've added Mexico, Russia, and Japan. You don't think about Russia and Japan being part of our migratory bird corridors, but if you look at that map, you see that it makes more sense. We're not going to talk, we're going to focus mostly on Canada and the US today and the work that we do. There are 4 administrative flyways that with the US Fish and Wildlife Service: the Atlantic, the Mississippi, the Central, and the Pacific. And that seems to make sense. You look at it, but they're a little bit more strategic than just walking across the country, because they're actually based on migratory corridors. And we have lots of data and lots of history tracking the birds, and that's what the actual migratory corridors look like. And you can see that while there's some crossover in between them, they're pretty darn distinctive. You know, there's really four definitive migratory corridors that you can see there. And of course, we're in the Atlantic. And that's, so the Atlantic Flyway Council is represented by 17 US states. The waterfowl hunter numbers in each state range from about 1,000 to more than 30,000. We're on the high end of waterfowl hunters in our state. We are a waterfowl state. 6 Canadian provinces, waterfowl hunter numbers range from 1,500 on Prince Edward Island to about 59,000 in Ontario. And then Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands are part of the Atlantic Flyway. They tend to deal more with our non-game work. Dr. Schweitzer does a lot of work in coordinating on the non-game technical committee with migratory birds in those areas. They don't have many waterfowl hunters on those islands. So each state has one voting member on the Atlantic Flyway Council. And the council's roles and responsibilities, we have tech sections and the council itself. The tech sections develop regulatory recommendations and they present them to the council based on biological data and other objectives, including sociological objectives. They work cooperatively with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service staff in developing these recommendations. We have Fish and Wildlife Service staff members that are on these tech section committees as well. The council ultimately makes the final recommendations, and then we submit those recommendations to what's called the Service Regulations Committee, or we call it the SRC. That is the decision-making body for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Department of Interior relative to migratory bird rules. They make the final decisions and set the frameworks. And then we also work closely with partners such as Ducks Unlimited, Nature Conservancy, and a number of others towards waterfowl management and habitat conservation. So it's not always just about setting regulations. We're also doing a lot of work in land conservation, habitat conservation, those kind of things. So this is our representation currently on the Flyway Council. I sit on the council. Ironically, I also am chair the National Flyway Council, which is representative one member from each council. So I'm not the Flyway Council chair. I'm just a member there. Doug was a migratory game bird tech section rep, and Doug was also the chair of the migratory game bird tech section. And then Dr. Schweitzer is our non-game migratory tech section rep. I told you they had technical committees. They got committees for everything. Y'all think we got committees? The Flyway Council has got committees. These are just a host of some of the committees that they do. But each one of those committees have subject matter experts that sit on those committees, and they really get down into the weeds on population modeling, on setting seasons and bag limits, discussing things like which way is the right way to go with the wood duck or the black duck hunting seasons. How do we do it? All the feedback from all the different states, all of those things, they report out to the Flyway Council, and then we make recommendations to the Service Regulations Committee. So there's a lot of work that's behind the scenes that goes on with this migratory bird stuff. And I know you guys probably get approached a lot by folks, why can't we hunt into February? Why can't we do this? Why does North Carolina just not get to decide what they want to do? And, why can't the commission, you're the rulemaking authority for the state for hunting, well, I always remind people, if we did that, and then Pennsylvania would do what they wanted to do, and New York would do what they wanted to do, and Maryland would do what they wanted to do, and we might not have anything by the time it gets to where we're going to do it. So it's and they have a lot of arguments in these things about, we want it, Maryland wants it this way, North Carolina wants it that way. But it's a system that's been established for quite some time, and it does work. Our non-game migratory birds committees, our tech sections, and those committees, they tend to deal more with conservation measures, habitat measures, learning how to monitor and have a flyway consistent monitoring of our non-game species that aren't hunted. I pulled some examples of things that have come out that we've influenced, specifically our North Carolina staff, but things like initiating a priority surveys and habitat assessments that led to flyway wide surveys of night jars. I'm getting consistent across the flyway. The non-game migratory bird section does evaluate the rules to the take of falcons and ensures appropriate access by each state for that. One of the things they've done recently is design messaging and signs to use along the coast of all the flyway states at shorebird nesting and winter roosting sites to much akin to our Bearwise messaging to provide consistent messaging from Maine and Canada to Mexico on shorebirds and what we're doing. And then Dottie Schweitzer was one of the 2 biologists that represented the flyway and a cross flyway double-crested cormorant monitoring team. You guys can remember the grand cormorant discussions that we continue to have. And this actually, a result of that work, helped develop the population model that now determines the allowable take for depredation purposes of cormorants. So, we are heavily involved in a lot of this stuff at the flyway level. Just a couple of things that I never got my list of everything that Doug wanted me to talk about from the migratory bird section, but these are the things that I know off the top of my head of late. North Carolina's involvement, we've been involved in wood duck trapping and banding for many years, and and our efforts towards that, and we committed a lot to that. Our efforts towards that are really one of the things that drove the models that allowed us to get that 3rd wood duck in our bag not too many years ago. I mean, all of us can remember when it was 2 wood ducks, and now it's 3. And a lot of that, and that's not just the Doug working on and Joe Fuller and those guys working on the Flyway Council, but that's all of our LAWA staff that were out there banding wood ducks and trapping wood ducks, and we still do all that to this day. We talked about the pintail bag limit. Doug was very much a leader in that change to the pintail bag limit. That was not without contention between the other flyways, the Mississippi and the Central, especially. Why does the Atlantic always get to have 3? I mentioned that and I told you about the fact that we represent such a small percentage of the continental pintail harvest that changing our bag limits to pintails and it complicated the Atlantic flyway regulations, and it wasn't necessary. So he pushed hard for that change, and we got it. Doug was very proud of that, of getting that through. It was a lot of work. And then, of course, as I mentioned, we're always one of the leading states related to tundra swan management. I mean, I think Hunter got introduced to flying this year and counting swans. So we do that. The swan counts are very informative into the swan models. And then our work on the mallard project continues to contribute to the flyway model for eastern mallards. We a number of years ago, based on work with the Atlantic Flyway technical committees, we switched from a continental mallard model, which was meaning the total model and applied it across the entire flyways, to we now have an eastern model, which, because our mallards don't come from the prairie pothole area, they come from northeastern Canada. So we have an eastern mallard model that drives our harvest things. So at the end of the day, that was sort of a brief summary of all the involvement and how, to some extent, how the sausage is made a little bit. This is the process. We've got the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. It sets the federal authority. This is where the Flyway Council comes in. The Flyway Tech Committees are advising the council. The council then puts their input into the Fish and Wildlife Season frameworks at the Service Regulation Committee meeting. And then ultimately they make their decisions. They set the maximum season lengths, the bag limits, the earliest opening and latest closing, and all those other rules that we have to go by. And then that's what we end up with, just like we ended up today. We ended up with our duck seasons. Questions about that?
Thank you. I remember it was maybe 8 years ago or so, there were the federal migratory flyway folks came down from DC and they were saying the flyways were changing due to like climate. That was 8 years ago. Is that still the case or they pretty much settled, they're not moving, or what's going on with that? Any updates there?
I think it's pretty much settled that they're staying relatively consistent. I think, I think they'll continue to watch that to see. I mean, there's some evidence to suggest that birds may not be coming as far south as they were because they don't have to. But that conversation's been going on for 30 years about short stopping and the geese aren't coming. And in some situations that may in fact be the case, that some of these birds just aren't moving further down as far as they did. In some situations, it may simply just be a habitat thing and they don't, that thing. Do you have anything to add to that relative to non-game?
Stay with the same flyways. And we are watching some of the migratory pathways, how far south they go and when they come back. So a lot of the science that goes into it will help inform any change that we might need or suggest.
Yes, sir.
What is a night jar?
So whippoorwill, chuck-billed widow, those are the night jars all together. It's like a common name for all those birds. Nighthawks.
So if you'll bear with me for just a few minutes, I've referenced Doug a number of times, but I just needed to say just a few words and then potentially open the floor I went looking for pictures of Doug and I found a bunch of pictures of Doug teaching people how to do stuff. So I wish this was a retirement toast, but as we all know, it isn't. Doug Howe started with the Wildlife Commission in October of 1999. And he started, believe it or not, as a GIS biologist and served in that role for 5 years, doing a lot of the mapping and the GIS analysis for the CURE program. That was Doug's job. That's the job Doug was doing when I came back to North Carolina. But in November of 2004, he became our state waterfowl biologist, and he served in that role for 14 years. And in 2018, he took over as the migratory game bird coordinator. Doug served on the Atlantic Flyway Council technical committees and subsequent working groups for almost 21 years. And last year, he was elected to serve as chair of the Migratory Game Bird Technical Committee. He was very proud of that achievement. In fact, he told me it was the pinnacle of his career. I worked with Doug as a peer for most of those years, but in the last few years, Doug has been my brain trust, helping me navigate that complex world of migratory game bird regulations and the Atlantic Flyway Council inner workings. In fact, he and I were there together just several weeks ago at the Atlantic Flyway Council meeting in Louisville, Kentucky, literally just a few weeks ago. And he was there serving in his role as chair of the Migratory Game Bird Technical Committee of the Atlantic Flyway. I think Doug's, he helped me through all this. He helped me by making sure I knew how to vote on the Flyway Council recommendations. I mean, we're in there and I'm looking over at him and he's texting me, yeah, we like this one. Or no. And so Doug made sure I stayed straight and voted like Doug wanted me to vote. So he really helped me navigate that. His strength and commitment to the commission and his passion for migratory birds was always impressive, but it was never more evident than over these last few months. Doug kept working. Doug was working. They were trapping ducks 3 or 4 months ago, getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning and going and trapping ducks and doing the work. And like I said, he was with me in Kentucky just a couple of weeks ago doing his job as the Flyway, as the tech rep chair. And I think we'll all miss our colleague and friend. Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments or things that need to come before the committee this morning? If not, we're adjourned. You're 20 minutes ahead of time. So, if anybody want to take a break, or we can go right into rules, which I get the privilege of doing. Right.
For those of you that don't know, Bonnie made the front page of the Houston, sir, in an article about the restoration of the Rockingham Speedway. He's told me about this before, but this fella here bought it like 4 or 5 years ago, spent a lot of money on this, resurrected it, and money's been a cheap cheerleader, I would say. And this was a very positive article about Rockingham Speedway, this guy and money. So I was passing, I brought this to give to him, but anyway, so I just passed it around, so y'all, yeah, but it was a great article. You know, I think it was either yesterday, I can't remember, it's within the last 2 days.
I'm glad he's not here for you to get him all blown up about it.
He will be here.
Yeah, oh, I know he's coming. Yeah, we talked about that very thing yesterday. I'll add something. So I was this morning, saw a message about our trespass bill that's made it to the house now. Bear hunters that posted. So I went and read the comments, and well, I'm telling you, if they read the comments over there, they on our side, because there was 50 some comments at the time. And a lot of people just questioning, so you're okay with trespassing? You know, you think you ought to be able to go and do, and there were very few supporters. And this guy was really trying to rally everybody to call your house member, call your people, and get them stirred up like this. But most of the comments were not on his side. And I just thought that interesting, and hopefully the legislature paying attention to the comments, not the phone calls.
Well, from the House members that I've talked to, it has their attention literally, I think, for the first time. It's way more interest and there's ever been before, so,
Further discussion at the committee of the whole.
yeah. All right, well, we've concluded quarterfowls. We are now entering this committee, so this meeting is being streamed live and recorded in the public record. A recording of this meeting will be available on www.ncwildlife.gov. Margo, if you would please call the roll.
And do a roll call for our rules committee members, committee chair Wes Segers,
Here.
committee vice chair David Hoyle.
Here.
Committee member Tommy Fumble.
Here.
Committee member Steve Wyndham. Committee member John Stone.
Here.
Committee member J.C. Cole.
Here.
And ex officio members Lonnie Crump and Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have it.
Thank you. All right, to get started, we're going to call on Corey Oakley to get us going.
Good morning, Commissioners. I will be presenting the Inland Fisheries Division rules for 2026, 2027. Got any questions along the way, just stop me and yell at me if I'm not looking at you. The first 9 proposals will talk about reclassifying trout waters or changing trout boundaries. So if you have any questions about them, just let me know. But the first one is to reclassify 0.1 miles of Rich Branch in Buncombe County from hatchery-supported trout waters to wild trout waters. Basically, there is a population of wild rainbow trout here. We don't need to stock on top of them. So we would change that classification. F2 is to modify the boundaries of Bent Creek and Buncombe County. The new reach will be from Rich Branch to the NC Arboretum boundary line. Basically, the next few rules that you'll see when we're talking about modifying the boundaries, we're trying to really focus on where we're actually stocking. When these rules were first written many, many years ago, we always talked about the headwaters of the stream. Well, we're not actually stocking to the headwaters. We're stocking an actual section of that stream. So this will clear that up, and you'll see that even more as we move on. F3 is to modify the boundaries of Cane Creek and Buncombe County. The new reach will be from State Road 2785 to State Road 3138. Same justification. F4 will modify the boundaries of Stony Creek and Buncombe County. The new reach will be from the confluence of Carter and Mineral Creeks to Dillingham Creek. F5 is to modify the boundaries of West Buffalo Creek in Graham County. The new reach will be from the confluence of Squally and Little Buffalo Creek to Lake Santitla. F6 is modify the boundaries of Shut-in Creek in Madison County. The new reach will be from the confluence of East Fork Shut-in and West Fork Shut-in Creeks to the French Broad River. F7, modify the boundaries of Spillcorn Creek in Madison County. The new reach will be from Baker Creek to State Road 1330. And the justification is the same for all of these. F8's a little different. It's to reclassify 1.1 miles of Corner Rock Creek in Buncombe County located on Pisgah Game Land from hatchery supported to wild trout. This would remove 130 yards of Corner Rock Creek downstream of the game land boundary from public mountain trout waters. Once again, we have a wild rainbow trout population here. F9 is to modify the upper boundary of hatchery supported trout waters in the Swannanoa River in Buncombe County. The new reach will be from Riverwalk Park and Black Mountain to the Wood Avenue Bridge at the intersection of NC 81 and US 74A in Asheville, except where it is posted against trespass. This proposal will remove 1.2 miles from public mountain trout waters. Basically, once again, this is the stock stretch. The next two proposals are on mountain trout, but they're a little bit different. F10 is to allow year-round fishing with no close season on hatchery-supported trout water impoundments, regardless of whether they are hydropower or municipal water supplies. This would allow anything that's not classified that's an impoundment to be included if they wanted to be, if we wanted to do so. If that passes, F11 would add a new impoundment. It's to add the Cullowhee Dam impoundment from the South Wayahutta Road Bridge to the Cullowhee Dam to the list of hatchery-supported trout waters impoundments, which are open for trout harvest year-round with no close season. There are other fish besides trout in those impoundments. That's why.
Cullowhee Dam, that's a low head dam just for water intake.
Yes, sir. Correct. I'm not even sure they're using it now, to be honest.
Heard talk of that being moved at some point.
Yeah.
Did that impact?
Yes, it would definitely change it. Yeah, we would have to go back if it's no longer an impoundment for sure. Yeah. All right. F12 is fishing on game lands. This would designate waters located on the South Mountain game lands in Burke and McDowell counties as public mountain trout waters and classify them as wild trout waters. We already do that in Cleveland and Rutherford counties on the same game land. So this would include all those waters on the game lands. Moving away from trout, we'll talk about warm water fish for a while. The first is largemouth bass. This would remove the daily creel limit and establish that no more than 5 fish greater than 14 inches may be possessed for largemouth bass in Lake Camac and Alamance County. I used to work here. This lake for forever, basically, at least last 20 years, have really stunted bass populations. This rule would allow you to harvest smaller bass so that the bass that remain get bigger. That is the goal, and it would protect those bass that are getting larger. F14, this is a spotted bass rule, though it's in a bunch of rules. This would remove the daily creel limit, protective slot limit of 14 to 22 inches, and possession restriction for fish greater than 22 inches for spotted bass in the Allegheny County portion of the New River downstream of Fields Dam. Basically, this is a product of Alabama bass moving into our state. You can't tell the difference between an Alabama and a spot, and we're not protecting Alabama bass, so therefore we're not protecting spotted bass either. This rule has already been enforced in Virginia, so this would match Virginia's rule as well. And the river goes in and out of Virginia and North Carolina in that section. Next rule is white bass. Remove the minimum size limit of 14 inches for white bass. The creel limit of 10 fish per day will be retained. We implemented this rule in 2017 to try to increase the age structure, get older fish in the population. We've done a lot of work on white bass. Basically, white bass in North Carolina lived about age 2, and that's about it. And they don't get much bigger than about 12 to 13 inches. You can catch a bigger one, but it's pretty rare. It's less than 10% of our populations. And so we're going to remove the minimum size limit. F16 is sea trout. This would establish a no possession slot limit from 20 to 26 inches and reduce the daily creel limit from 4 fish per person to 3 fish, with only 1 fish greater than 26 inches for spotted sea trout in inland and joint fishing waters. The minimum size limit of 14 inches will be retained. So the NC Division of Marine Fisheries has stated that spotted sea trout are under overfishing. They're not overfished, but they're undergoing overfishing. A part of their fisheries management plan, Amendment 1, is to reduce that overfishing in 2 years. The Marine Fisheries Commission adopted this rule as of March of 2025, their previous business meeting. And so this rule would match inland, joint, and coastal fishing waters. They have not proclamated this rule yet.
My guess is when their season reopens on July 1, they'll probably proclamate the rule at that time. F-17 deals with spawning areas. This would prohibit fishing from March 1st to May 31st in the recently constructed Kings Bridge floodplain slough connected to the French Broad River, 0.6 miles downstream of the NC 191 bridge in Henderson County. This is an additional area that we have now provided habitat for muskie spawning. And so it would be added to all the Mud Creek sloughs in the Pleasant Grove areas. There's a lot of floodplain restoration going on up and down the French Broad River. And so this would add that protection to muskie. And then finally, we would like to add the Asian pond mussel and the golden mussel to the list of species for which it is unlawful to transport, purchase, possess, sell, or stock in any waters in North Carolina. Both of these have been recently found in California. The Asian pond mussel is a lot like a lot of our mussels that we have in the family Unionidae in our state. So we would not want them to get here because they can outcompete the same family. And the golden mussel is a lot like zebra mussels. So if you know what that's like, they kind of overtake. They can cause ecological and economic damage across the board. So, yes. Yes.
Off my mind, but like the zebra mussels and some of these are very invasive and cause problems with, say, water intakes and things. But if you're an owner of land or a facility that those things are in and they've come in and they've done damage or doing damage, and so you take them out, right? And I mean, you get rid of them. But while you have them, are you in violation of this rule?
Wow, that's a tough question. First question. That's nice. You have to show that, Christian can correct me if I'm wrong. You have to show that you intentionally did something to cause this problem. Because most of these happen by chance. Somebody's not aware of what they're doing and it comes in. I mean, like we have zebra mussels in our state now in one quarry in the state. It came in, they didn't know it was there, and then it just kind of appeared. They brought it in by some of the activities that they were doing. So what it's really trying to do is prevent you from intentionally bringing those animals into the state.
That makes a lot of sense. I'm just wondering, is it saying we have to get somebody, wildlife, or somebody to come in? You can't move.
If we can, we will work with partners to try to get rid of, like, for instance, the zebra mussel. We're trying to get the zebra mussels out of that quarry because it's the only place known in the state. And it is in a spot where it is not getting out into other places yet. So we're trying to get those zebra mussels out of the state. That is our plan. Yeah.
Any other questions?
I will pass it on to Darren, I think, to do the next.
Yeah, there.
Okay, so today we've got 10 land and water access proposals. We'll go through the day. Some exciting stuff, I'm sure we talked about. First, we start with G1, and this adjusts the allowable camping days on all of our game lands within our designated camping areas to align with the new turkey season framework. So when they shifted that turkey season, it shifted into a time period when we had camping closed. So essentially it used to run from, I think it was for September 1st, and would end on May 14th. Now the turkey season goes to May 15th. So we're amending the rule and having that camping be open until May 31st. That allows it to cover turkey season and potentially the spring squirrel season that's going to be proposed later on. Now, this rule seems a little more complicated when in your packet because it hits a lot of different rules. And part of that is because we are changing how we talk about this rule in our rules so that when we have to make changes similar to this in the future, we'd only have to change the 10D01. 0101, I believe it is, or 102. Thank you. Or 102 instead of having to change every game land. So that's why you're going to see all this. And there's in your packet, there's an example of what we'll change it to and all these different game land specific rules that basically we take out the dates and we're just saying you got to follow what's in on 102. If that makes sense for everyone. Questions? All right. Moving to G2. Now G2 modifies the current use of weapon rules on our game lands as it relates to discharging weapons within 150 yards of a resident that is located on or adjacent to our game lands. And it will allow the use of archery equipment within those 150 yards. So right now, if you have a resident that is right beside the game land border, there's a buffer of 150 yards where you cannot discharge a weapon, which would be everything. So firearm, archery equipment, everything would be involved. And so what we're seeing on our game lands is as more and more houses are being built up to those borders, if you have a narrow kind of game land, you can easily start cutting away at the huntable area within that game land by this rule. I mean, by the fact that they have the 150-yard buffer. So what this rule will do will not take away that buffer for firearms. So you can't discharge any firearm or muzzleloader within that buffer, but it would allow you to use archery equipment in that buffer. And so it would open up those areas to being hunted with archery equipment. Okay. Moving on.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
If you're hunting archery though, is there a limit as to how close you can hunt to residents with bows?
In this case, there would not be. There would not be. And I would add that already in rule, we were allowing this on Butner Falls and Jordan game lands. I'm not sure where that came from, but we were already allowing that archery equipment use within that 150-yard buffer. So now we're just making it so you can do it all across the state. Okay. G3. This again is because of the change in turkey season, we have a recreational bicycle riding area on the Butner Falls game land. It's called the New Light Mountain Bike Trail. And so this rule basically changes the dates that you can bike on that trail because of the shift in turkey season. And it shifts it by one day, where it used to run from Sundays only from September 1st to May 14th. It'll now be to May 15th. And it'll be open now from May 15th to August 31st. Well, no, sorry. It used to be open from May 15th to August 31st. Now it will be open May 16th to August 31st. So it's really shifting it by one day. G4 would prohibit horseback riding on reserve trails. So this is Buxton Woods. And it has a designated a horseback riding trail on it called Piney Ridge Trail. And so they do allow horseback riding on that trail, but people are starting to ride on the whole Buxton Woods game land area. So this rule basically prohibits horseback riding outside of that Piney Ridge Trail. So just not just on a game land, you have to use the trail. And this is a request from the landowners. G5, this is related to Chowan game land. So Chowan is a very small little game land. It's 32-acre parcel in Chowan County. It's about 11 miles away from Chowan Swamp game land. And so what this proposal would do would be remove it as the Chowan game land and add it to Chowan Swamp game land. So it all could be considered Chowan Swamp. Now, the one of doing this, I mean, right now, Chowan game land is a 7-day per week game land. Chowan Swamp is a 6-day per week game land. So they do lose a day of hunting there. But this has also caused us a lot, this naming of these two game lands has caused a lot of problems with our big game reporting, because Chowan game land comes up first instead of Chowan Swamp. And so this little 32 parcel acre gets a lot of harvest every year, which is probably Chowan Swamp when it is Chowan Swamp. So this is kind of more of a move to clean up that, sort of combine the two, so it's not looked at separately. All right. Our next one deals with Mayo Lake, and this is a request from Duke Energy. And basically the challenge that they're having is that the Duke Energy owns all around the lake. And so currently they do not allow construction of piers or docks are the placement of personal property. And so some of the local property owners that abut to the lake are going out and mooring pontoon boat hulls and basically docks that they're registering as vessels, and they're mooring them there, saying they're not piers or docks. They're just vessels that are in the water permanently, and which they're using to actually boat and recreate off of. So this rule would prevent and prohibit private construction of those piers, docks, moorings, or any sort of similar thing on that lake.
Duke Energy owns the high water mark there, is that what?
I think it is a high water mark. They own all the way around the lake.
Found that, so who's having access to put the poles in? What?
The people that live abutting, yes. So they're doing more than just the moorings. They're kind of open up their view, but they're putting these down at the base of their properties and using it as access for themselves. Which Duke's concern is just that's in violation of their agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers on the property. So any other questions on that? All right, that leads us to G7. This rule proposal would prohibit dog, deer, and bear hunting on the PD River game land. And if you look at the map here, so currently in rule below, I think that's 74, Highway 74 that runs down there near the bottom across. The PD River game lands beneath 74 are already prohibit dog, deer hunting and bear hunting. So this proposal would propose that all the northern two tracks or two or three tracks to also be in that same prohibit dog, deer, and bear hunting. This was brought forward because of all the many complaints that are occurring in that area about dog, deer hunting and conflicts with the local landowners. These tracks are very narrow and thin, as you can see. So they do run into some challenges with the dog hunters getting out on private property. And we're getting a lot of negative feedback on that. I will say that we've already received a lot of comments back and feedback on this proposal from interested parties. And so I will also bring up that another possibility that we can consider, depending on how the committee wants to go, is looking at making this game land a permit only for dog deer hunting, and where we would issue permits for that activity for just the dog deer hunting side. Everything else would not be permit only, but we could make the dog deer hunting portion of this a permit only.
Anybody have any thoughts on that?
Or there's sections of it you could legitimately hunt with dogs and keep them where they're supposed to be. No. What your answer is gonna be. What, we know who it is and where they were going and.
Yeah, but then they're still not.
Well, it's unique situation. You've got this, you got Sand Hills, both of these are my proposals. We've had, and we met with the deer dog hunters down there, a month ago. Had a 2-hour meeting with them in the clubhouse at Sand Hills Game Lands, where the field trial. And you can see how thin those tracks are, but the problem is you get overloaded. So if you had less clubs at one time, it would be more manageable. That's why the consideration for the permit hunt on. When we did this initially, when we took these game lands, this is part of the Duke Energy give us, and we got all these narrow strips of land all up and down the river. And when we first did this, south of 74, we completely cut out deer hunting with dogs after it wasn't going to work. So at that time, I had discussions with the deer dog clubs. Y'all want to cut it out all the way, or you think you can control it and you get a handle on it? Well, guess what? 3 years later, it didn't get any better north of 74. So, but here with the permits, there's so much of that land surrounding the game lands that are leased by just like 1 or 2 clubs. You know, that anybody can come and deer hunt it after that, but probably, and I'm not saying the permit would work, but that's a consideration. So that's kind of where we're at. But we asked the Deer Dog Hunters Association to come back with proposals for ganglands, for PD and sandhills to be considered. Because, and the reason I made the decision to go ahead and go with the proposal as it is to prohibit it outright. Once we go to public hearing, we can always pull back, but we can't be more restrictive about it. So we started out, and it also got a lot of people's attention. It got them to the table. It got them to have the discussion we had a month ago, down there with the Deer Dog Association, their lobbyists and the clubs that were there. So they have come back with some proposals. Ask them to present. We just got them last night. So I was expecting them before now. Didn't get them. I'm not sure that they're going to work. But at any rate, I will tell you the result of that meeting was everybody that stood up that lived in Richmond, Scotland, and the other surrounding counties. The first thing even the club said, it's chaos. It's hunting season is a disaster when it opens up. It's chaos. It's just not fun. Sheriff Scotland County was there. They've been involved in trespass issues, all those kinds of things like that. It's just gotten out of hand completely and totally. And so that's why, and we worked, law enforcement was there that night. They talked about how intensive we worked on cases there, but we can't do it continually. We can't take, you all know the situation we've got with law enforcement officers. We're limited as it is, even with being able to add 16, but to do a detail that covers 60,000 acres of land, they do a good job bringing in 8 or 9, but those are counties that are not being looked after during that same period of time. And we did this for 2 or 3 years, doing intensive enforcement work, road tickets, did that. And quite frankly, that didn't work. So this is not like I've just come out of the gate and brought this up. We've tried over the last several years to do the approach to law enforcement and solve the problem either. So that's kind of where we're at. I think we'll take their comments and, there are landowners all around this place have written numerous letters. So it's an issue that hopefully we'll maybe have a compromise more than just doing prohibiting it outright. But that's something that we'll work on between now and the time.
How many can dog hunt off?
The proposal, Sandy, if you'll see in a minute, there's about 65, 66, whatever it is, 65,000 acres of land out there. What they're proposing for Sandy is that you gonna get ready to put.
I'll get ready to do that. On this one, if you look, this is the bottom tract is 2,400 acres and the top tract on this one is about 950. So they're big tracts, but they're just skinny. Yeah, they're pretty narrow.
The road, and you can see the property line, see where it stops. I mean, it's just long and it's wide,
Yeah.
and there's no depth to it. That's why. But this permit may work here. So we'll talk about Sandy as we.
And I will say what the permit does for you is limit the number of people that are out there, obviously, because we can specify the party size and then how many parties are out there during each hunt choice. So that's the goal that you would be looking for with a permit, is to just reduce the number of people that can legally be there. It's not going to keep people from coming out there illegally.
Well, there's consensus. We've got one heck of a problem in that area there. It's just consensus. It's not how you solve it. That's where the consensus exists.
Okay, so if you want me to move on to Sand Hills. Oh,
So, and I would just add, if we do move to a permit, we're gonna have to build accountability measures into that. We talked about that with the group that we met down in Sand Hills about what that could look like, and, whatever that threshold is, if you're applying as a club and one person in that club is a bad actor and gets everybody in that group their permits revoked, and they could potentially lose the privilege to apply next year. So really making sure that we have strong accountability measures is going to be really key to anything we do that's other than what is listed here as prohibited. So we would certainly bring that back.
Any other comment?
okay. Chairman, I'll move on to G8, which would restrict deer hunting with dogs to designated areas of the Sandhill Game Land. And these would be posted on the ground with a deer hunting with dogs area sign. And so on your map here, you can see the 3 blocks that we selected. If we go this route, those would be the deer hunting with dog areas. So 3 blocks, with the northern one being about 12,000 acres. Block A, Block B, the middle one is about 14,600. And then Block C down at the bottom is about 5,000 acres. So what this does is kind of takes out all those peripheral lands where a lot of the problem is occurring in those blocks. They're smaller and surrounded more by private landowners. So there again, we could look at this as a permit for just dog deer hunting.
I mean, you can see on that map, all the fingers, all the areas there that they can turn dogs loose or do whatever, and they're all over private property. So. Like green is game land.
All the light green is game lands.
So what this proposal does, you can see the 2 big areas, it leaves about 32,000 acres of land, is that right?
Yes,
It would still be permissible with deer hunt with dogs.
it's about half of what the total land acreage
And
is.
that
about
makes it
60.
all contiguous. So in theory, you release dogs and you're running on a contiguous tract of land. You're not running on all those out parcels. You can see particularly down in Scotland, and I think that's maybe Hope County touches there, all those little areas where they can release now, and they're all right immediately on private property. You know, and that's where a lot of the conflict, occurs. So that's, plus there's Girl Scout camps here. There's several things that's continually a problem. This will eliminate the area that you have, Girl Scout camp. It's constantly been a problem over the years. So like here again, there's no disagreement that we got a problem. It's a bad problem. It's just a matter of how it happens. So that's something we'll take up. Assuming we move forward and listen to them out again. But we did meet with them, had good attendance. Got a little, they want to blame law enforcement. Blame on them. And I did say one thing, we got 60,000 acres, about 65,000 acres. And it's just hard, and they want to blame it on a particular club, a particular 2 clubs coming in from another county. And it's just hard for me to believe that 1 or 2 clubs can be this disrupted and chaotic, 60,000 acres of land. So, it's that typical, it's always somebody else, it's not me, and there's not enough law. That's, that came through there. So I think we've got an opportunity here to see if bring something to the table.
Well, yeah, Mark.
So besides the hunting season, there is also allowable season for them to run their dogs for exercise. When we restrict these areas, can they only do that on areas that we allow hunting? Or can they, if we talk about that?
What, funny you should bring that. That's one of their proposals last night that I got in the email was to do exactly what you're talking about. Restrict off-season deer hunting with dogs, relieve some of the pressure and get some of the problems out that occur outside the season. That's actually one of the things they come back. So we're going to read that and massage that. And then we'll come back. So that maybe 2 or 3 things we can do to address.
But we currently restrict some of our game lands for deer hunting with dogs on this area only. That's the only area they can exercise. People, they can't exercise on areas that we don't allow. So,
Yeah, one comment about the permit, that I like about it is all of us have been in hunt clubs. The most effective hunt rules I've ever seen in any hunting club was the fact that you're allowed to be in that club 1 year. Every year, you get an opportunity to be voted in or voted out based on whoever that committee. Well, the idea is you can go be a game hog or you can act like an idiot 1 year. And then that's it. So we got the same thing here. If you got a bad club that goes over there and really creates a lot of problems, we just don't give him a permit. It's very self-regulating. I like the permit concept.
And I'll point out, if you look at the rule, this is for the purpose of training or hunting. So that was already in the rule when we proposed it. And I'll also say, when you consider permit hunts, you could consider it with these blocks, but you could also consider it without these blocks. And we could, we can look at all these little side parcels and see if they're sufficient size for dog deer hunting, if you want us to do that as well. So we can We have a lot of flexibility when we go into a permit system if you want to do that.
And another thing, it's about the mindset, some of these hunters. They come from, say, 50 miles away, wherever they, I'm not gonna call any names or counties, that it's getting a blame. For this. They come and they do right, they do give something. We know they look at that $200 ticket, they're not leasing land anywhere else, they're saving that money. And they may, most likely they won't get caught if they come and participate. And they just look at that as a cost of doing business and pay that $200 ticket off and go. You know, when you got that kind of mentality, and I'm telling you, it's part of this because I hear it and because I've been told that.
That's cheap hunt dude.
I mean, that's cheap undos. That's exactly right. So stepping up enforcement, writing them citations, you know, they just roll the dice when they get up there. But they kill their 2 or 3 deer or whatever it is, they got meat on it. And that's just the price they pay. So that's the kind of mentality that it fits into, you know, some of these groups.
I license to that, like change your app.
Well, I know this is not the only place we got problems, but it's pretty bad down here.
All right, ready.
All right. We'll move on to G8. G8, oh, no, sorry, G9. G9 was one that has just come up. This proposal actually addresses Wilson Creek, which is up in Pisgah. And we have a tract up there that's part of the Pisgah Game Lands called Lutz Tract. And so what this proposal will do is it would prohibit activities other than hunting, fishing, trapping, and authorized use of posted trails and parking areas on the Lutz Tract of the Pisgah Game Land. And essentially that Wilson Creek, if you're not familiar with it, is a very narrow gorge that has a stream and a road, and there's not much beyond that. And so it's a very popular recreational spot. And so the recreational folks are coming in there, swimming, camping out, picnicking, very heavy use, more use than there are parking spots. So the road gets clogged up with traffic. And so we have a request from the Sheriff Bean out there to help with that by designating these activities on our portion of that. It's Wilson Creek has U.S. Forest Service has part of it. We have part of it, and part of it is private. So there's a mix of ownership out there on that Wilson Creek area. Any questions or comments about this one?
This wouldn't impact the Forest Service portion of that.
It would not. And actually, they're going to be closing theirs because of Helene repair and reconstruction for some period of time. It's a real problem on their part too. All right. Okay, G10. G10 is Robeson Game Land. Robeson Game Land, again, is a very small 42-acre tract. It's part of located in Ashpole Swamp within the Gabby Township in Robeson County. And there's 2 issues well, I guess there's one big issue there is that there's no good access to it for vehicles. So the access that you either have to be dropped off and you have to walk in a wooded easement, or you have to obtain written permission from the 2 adjacent landowners that have it all blocked off. 42 acres. So it's very small. And so this proposal would remove it as a game land where we got it posted and out there in our Regs Digest and turn into a wildlife conservation area. And it is a very important piece of property. The habitat includes 2 ecologically significant habitat types. It's both bottomland hardwoods and cypress gum swamp, which definitely provides habitat for a host of species of greatest concerns for us. So we want to retain it. So this would put it as a conservation area, which can still be hunted 3 days a week, but it would not be posted out as a game land to bring, a lot of people into that tract and find out it has very poor access. Okay. No comments. I think that's my last proposal.
Thank you.
Brad, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll cover the Wildlife Management Division proposals. As mentioned in several committees and some discussions that we've had, the bulk of the Wildlife Management Division's proposals this year are, our CWD rules package. It's a combination of a number of different rules getting us adjusted and ready for transitioning to CWD management in the counties and the locations where we know CWD occurs. The purpose of this package is to try to slow the rate at which CWD spreads while maintaining hunting traditions. To make modest changes in deer management that should be reasonably well supported by deer hunters, to emphasize simplicity and avoid, to the extent that we can, complex disease management regulations. And then, our intent here is to make these changes and then monitor how this works in these areas over the next 3 to 5 years, and then come back, and if we have to adjust or if we learn new things with CWD, making modifications. But we want to see how these new proposals work. Again, this is designed to take place not this upcoming fall, but the following deer season when this will go into effect. So H1, the description of that this is the creation of the rule that will establish CWD management area counties. And for now, of course, those counties will be Cumberland, Forsyth, Stokes, Surrey, Wilkes, and Yadkin. And it will also establish the deer seasons in those counties. So we'll be taking those counties out of the deer season rule and we'll put their seasons in this rule. That way, if we get new positives in new counties, we can add them here. The only county of those that is not currently CWD positive is Forsyth, but as we discussed in the big game committee meeting a number of weeks ago, or at the last meeting, we have 2 positives like just right there in the corner of Forsyth County. So, and it kind of fits better in the CWD management area counties, and so that we're going to go ahead and make that move now. Our season adjustments, one of the things that we're going to do is try to shift the timing of the black powder and the gun seasons to open 1 week earlier in those counties. That's in an effort to get out in front of dispersal, buck dispersal. The opening date won't change for archery season, but it will shorten the archery only season by a week because we'll bring black powder in. It'll actually make the archery season consistent with what it is in the central zone versus the Northwest. H2 is to establish a 2-day early season, a quote unquote velvet season for antler buck only on all lands, the weekend of the 4th Saturday in August in all the CWD management area counties, both areas, the SA2 and SA1. It'll allow for all lawful weapons, and the normal buck season bag limit will apply unless they're hunting using CWD map tags that have been issued to individuals in those counties. Just a novel approach to try to get opportunity maybe to target older age class bucks in late August when they're out in the fields, they're still in bachelor groups, and just creates a novel hunting experience that would only exist here in the state. H3, this is a big shift for us, and we've talked about this a little bit, but this changes the carcass transportation rules to place the emphasis on disposal of the carcass. I think everybody's aware of all the different transportation. You can take a deer to here, but you can't take it there, and you can take it there, but you can't take it there, but you can go through here to get to there and all that stuff. We're going to change the focus to what do you do with it when you get it to wherever you're going. And we're going to make this apply, or we're proposing to make this apply statewide for all deer, not just deer in CWD zones, for all deer. You have 3 options of what you do with the deer carcass after you have rendered it, got your meat, taken it to the processor, whatever. And we're not the only state that's trying this transition now. Missouri's doing it this fall. Texas has done it. Tennessee's done it. A lot of other states are considering it as well. But working on the language of this law, we came up with this language, and this is one of the ones I'm going to focus on, the actual NCAC text on this. The final disposition of the non-edible portions of cervid carcasses and carcass parts originating from North Carolina, which is important. We're not changing our importation laws. They stay exactly as they are. Only approved, deboned meat and all the things we've had. The final disposition has to be in a lined landfill, buried 3 feet deep and 300 feet from a water body, or lawfully left on the ground within the county of origin. That's a little tweak from what we originally said in the beginning. We said on the property of origin, but that got complicated in the rule and how you would do that. So we transitioned to that to the county of origin. And then we added a section that said no service carcass or carcass parts shall be placed on the ground outside of the county of origin. So if you kill a deer in Yadkin County and you take it to, Davie County to the processor or whatever, well, that's going to end up in a lined landfill. But if you take it to your home and you butcher the deer behind your house, it's illegal to throw that deer just on the ground on your property in Davie County. You could bury it there, but you can't throw it on the ground. Of course, this is going to take hunter compliance to make this happen. And this is just trying to educate and get everybody to understand that it's not so much, where you killed the deer, it's what you do with it when you get it somewhere. Make sure we don't just leave it on the ground somewhere, potentially taking prions to a new area. So, and then of course, we'll strike all those transportation rules in the surveillance area rule. The surveillance area rule stays in place, but we're going to get those transportation rules out of there. Go ahead.
So that early 2-day season, that's gun.
It's gun. That's all, any lawful weapon. Gun. And for right now, it's going to be public and private lands with unless otherwise designated in the 10D rules. We've got a couple of game lands that one's owned by Corps Engineers that may or may, and it's a permit only, and they don't even allow firearms on that, and they may or may not enroll. And we got a couple that cross boundaries that are a little bit complicated, but we'll handle that in the 10D rules. But in general, it'll be open for 2 days, Saturday and Sunday.
I'm not real sure how to ask this, but on that early hunting the velvet season, how does that relate biologically to the control of CWD? Just reducing the number of.
Well, it does. It creates potentially a novel chance that somebody's just going to go up there and hunt on those 2 days. One of the biggest, during that time frame, the bucks are still in bachelor groups. So quite frankly, they can be exposed in that late summer time period in the bean fields and those kind of places. That makes them potentially more susceptible to harvest than they are when you come into the regular gun season. And those bucks are, they're split up now and they're not in bachelors groups. There's not 4 or 5, 2.5-year-old plus bucks out there. So, that's the theory behind it. And it gets, we can allow opportunity to increase that older age class buck, which those are the ones that are most likely to have CWD and most likely to take it somewhere when they break up in their bachelor. They can be here in their bachelor groups and they could be 5 to 10 miles down the way when they break up into the fall and disperse. And so that's the theory behind it. That's one of the reasons we want to, other states have velvet seasons, they just have them as a novel opportunity or whatever. We want to make this special to that area to target those bucks in that time in that area. And that's why we want to monitor. This is one we really want to monitor for like 3 to 5 years, see, what the hunter response is, what the harvest looks like. Is this something that we want to continue as part of our CWD management strategy, or is this just like nobody really wants? A lot of people ask for these. We get requests for this, and so this is just one of those ways to sort of get out in front of the buck harvest and buck dispersal. Get them where they are in that late August timeframe, and see. And we don't really know how popular it'll be. It'll that kind of thing. But it is a way to increase that buck harvest, and especially that older age class buck harvest. We're good on the carcass disposal thing. So this is now approaching. This is our regular deer rule 10B0203. For the changes proposed on this rule, a couple of them relate to CWD management areas, but the others are changes to either sex seasons. So we're going to remove the CWD management area counties from this rule. Remember, I said we're going to put those county seasons into the CWD management area rule. And then we're proposing to increase either sex seasons on private lands in 6 western counties and you can see the counties there, and increase the either sex season on private lands in 3 northwestern counties. And basically, we're going to go to full season either sex in those counties. The populations have hit the metrics. They're where they're supposed to be. We feel comfortable that we will be, it's within our biological objectives to go ahead and open those counties up to, opening them up to full season either sex doesn't necessarily increase the either sex harvest significantly, because people tend to shoot as many deer as they're going to shoot, for the most part, but it creates greater opportunity. And the one thing I'll say about this is, as if you get comments, historically, we have always lagged. Well, this is Brad's professional opinion. We've always lagged behind too far in making these changes to our deer population management. We've always waited, well, it's not quite, we're just now getting deer, now it's just really getting good. And we wait until by the time we make these changes, we're too far down the road. It takes a lot to get us back to the deer population level that it needs to be. So I'm very supportive of our deer committee's recommendation to go ahead and make these changes now. They've got there, these counties are ready for that. This is only on private land. There's a whole different story on public lands in those counties, but on private lands, we're ready to make those changes from a deer management perspective. Now we'll move away from deer altogether. We're going to H5 adjust the opening of the spring gray squirrel season to ensure that we don't have the overlap with turkey season. We never intended for the squirrel season to overlap with the last week of turkey season when we established that, and we just need to bump it over just one week over. And we got we've had a lot of comments through a number of years of allowing that opportunity for gray squirrels on game lands. And so this will also extend the gray squirrel season to game lands for that spring season or time period. And then H6 is a very much a different rule, and this is the first time that you've got to actually see what the NCAC text might look like. This establishes the definitions for periods of time considered biologically significant for reproduction and dispersal of certain wildlife resources. This is a request with our partners at DEQ, and they had a new law that requires them, if they place restrictions on a permit, they need to be able to cite in law or rule where those restrictions are established. Like if we say, no beach nourishment for sea turtle activity, if they say that in a defined period on the coast, if they restrict that activity to a defined period, they have to be able to cite why and what's the reason for that. So that's what this does. This gives them a place to reference. You see the sea turtle one there. The significant time period for sea turtles is May 1st to November the 15th. So that allows them to cite that. This is still a bit of a work in progress. This isn't the final version. We're still working on it and figuring out how to add things and then ultimately make sure we want to coordinate with our habitat conservation staff and DEQ to ensure that this does do what they want it to do, and it will meet their objectives for conditions on their permits. It does. This is one of the weirdest rules I've ever written. It doesn't actually regulate anything. It's just establishing timeframes in NCAC text. And we can't do much more than this because what's trying to be regulated, we don't have the authority to place the conditions. We can only make recommendations on those permits. So I'm sure there's questions about that, and I probably can't answer them, but no, this is good. I appreciate everybody that's worked on this. This is combination of fisheries and wildlife management and habitat conservation, trying to get these dates for all these different species in rule, so we can allow them to reference those as needed. Questions about wildlife rules? Otherwise, yes, sir.
Placement of feed for wildlife and mineral in relation to CWD, any changes there, or at least remind us what they are.
So for now, and through this current time frame, they stay the same. You can place feed on the landscape from during the open season for deer hunting, and then in this statewide, it's the same as it's always been. You can do however you want, except for in the CWD surveillance areas. Currently, we still have surveillance areas designated. We will designate them again. We can do that now through proclamation. We're working on where we're going to go with that, but, and more importantly, we're working on what our mandatory testing timeframe is, because we're thinking we can step back away from that now based on the numbers that we're getting statistically. We feel we may not even need a mandatory testing time period. We're still going to identify the surveillance area counties for this year, and then that restricts placing feed on the landscape outside of the deer season. I guess I get September 1st. I think it's September 1st to January 1st. And then in the urban archery season, they can. That will stay in effect this fall and then throughout this year. Now, once we transition to the CWD management counties, it's likely that we'll pull we will be done with surveillance. So it's likely we won't designate surveillance counties. And so those restrictions will stay in place in the CWD management counties. But we can retain surveillance counties if we want to keep that's tied to two different rules. That's the surveillance area rule that has the placement of feed on it. And so that's this upcoming year. Right now, it's illegal to put feed on landscape in all those surveillance area counties. Did I miss anything on that, Chris?
No.
Okay. Yes.
So we'll use ash as an example.
Right.
CWD and ash, but it's affected by this because of Will.
It is affected by this right now because it's designated as a surveillance area county. When we transition to CWD management area counties, it likely will not be designated. So that restriction would come off until and if we find CWD in that county. This will get us narrowed down to here's where it is. I mean, we've tested a lot of deer in the last couple of years, and I think this year we got, where are we, 9 or 10?
10 this year.
10 this year. 2 of them in Cumberland, all the rest of them in Surrey and Yadkin, most of them in Surrey, right there. So we're getting a pretty good feel for now where it is. We know it's bigger than that, but we know those counties where it's at, and so I think that's where our plan is headed to that, and then that's always subject to change pending test results. We will find CWD in adjacent counties, but hopefully, if this plan works, hopefully it'll be a while before we find it, and nobody takes a deer and throws it on the ground somewhere across the state.
Statewide year-long ban on salt and minerals, is that still in place, or is that just CWD?
Yeah. Is that statewide or is that just in the surveillance area?
That's just
Yeah, that's just in the surveillance area counties. Yeah, correct.
on the urine and those type of products that are affected statewide.
Correct. Yeah, sure.
So there was, you might just want to follow up, or I will. There was a comment there about if this plan works. I think you said it.
Mhm.
So, I mean, say a little bit about what the CWD things that are putting into place. What does those rules working mean? We're not going to get rid of CWD.
Oh, yeah.
But I think on the other side of the coin, there's a lot of hunter frustration, difficulties. They've been really, really good. Our hunters have about giving us lots of samples. Got some transportation rules in place that have been cumbersome for folks. They've been really, really good about it. We can relax some of those now. So we think working means better hunter satisfaction, better hunter engagement, keep harvest rates high, keep people hunting. The other side of it that's harder to pinpoint, what does success look like, is CWD still going to be there. You can't totally eliminate it. You can't totally keep it from spreading, but we're hopeful that we can change the dynamics of the deer herd such that it spreads and grows as slowly as possible. Looking at the age, that's where kind of Brad's keying in on those changes there. It's not about trying to just straight out increase deer harvest. It's really more about shifting the timing, trying to put a little bit more focus on those bucks earlier to change the dynamics of that herd such that it is less impacted by CWD.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay, thanks, Brad.
All right, so we are in the process of editing the 10H 1400 rules, the captivity and rehabilitation rules. We don't have rule text for you today, but we thought it would be good to update you on the process that we're going through to do that. We haven't talked about these rules for about 5 years. So just a few things to go over before we get started. We issue captivity licenses. You can have a captivity license for rehabilitation, and you can have a captivity license for holding. Rehabilitation is short-term care with eventual release. That would be the goal. And holding is, you can have a wild animal or wild bird for science, exhibition, or education purposes. No pets. Back in 2019, we did a fairly significant rule revision process with a lot of stakeholder involvement. Those rules were readopted effective January 1st of 2020. And we told our licensees at that time that because we had made several pretty substantial changes, that we would come back, we would let them give us feedback, and we could make any modifications necessary moving forward. So that's what we're doing right now. Everybody's had a chance to implement these rules, to have some time with them. Staff have feedback, license holders have feedback. So right now we're going through the process of getting that into some rule changes. So in January of this year, we held two listening sessions with captivity license holders, one in the West and one in the East in January, where we went over topics that included rabies species, immunization requirements. There was a lot of confusion over enclosure requirements. So we talked a lot about that, reporting, rehabilitation of elk, bear, and armadillo, the new rehabilitation apprenticeship program that was just started in 2020, and the Go Outdoors system. We followed that up with a survey to all of our current captivity license holders because, of course, everybody wasn't able to come to those in-person meetings with us. So we sent that out to over 500 people. We got about a 35% response rate, which was decent. And we asked them questions about what species they were rehabilitating, how they get experience, what kind of trainings they're going to, how they think the apprenticeship program is going, and then questions about some specific rules that we are considering making some amendments to based on staff feedback. So something I thought was pretty interesting, we did ask in the survey, you know, how do you think some of these areas are being regulated? Do you think they're underregulated or overregulated? And as you can see, I mean, we're pretty much fallen in a good place here, with the exception of working with rabies vector species, which folks think is a little overregulated. I think we probably overregulate that with good reason. It is a bit dangerous. So, but the feedback between the in-person sessions and the surveys was fairly consistent. So I'll go over some of the potential amendments that you may be seeing in these rules when we present them to you. In general, we are looking at increasing accountability for license applicants. That would be things like similar to what we do for wildlife control agents, where you can't have a bunch of violations of these rules and we just give you another license. So considering some things like that, improving safety for the public. Right now, folks can take temporary possession of rabies species and black bear cubs in rule. We are looking at precluding those things because that's not safe. And then specifying deadlines for submitting records and reports. There are some missing pieces in our rules right now. So looking at firming some of those things up. Non-farm surveys was something we had. We have a lot of sections in the rule that deal with long-term holding of non-farm cervids. We were trying to phase that out last time we readopted these rules. We have contacted all of those license holders. There are no longer any long-term holding facilities with non-farm cervids, so we will be able to pull those sections out of the rule. The Mentor Apprentice Program, like I said, was introduced in 2020 at the request of our license holders. This was designed to provide some oversight and some training to people who were new to rehabilitation. We've had 5 years with this program now. We've had a lot of feedback about it. And a lot of that came from our survey, where we heard from a lot of mentors and a lot of apprentices. So we are looking at clarifying the apprenticeship requirements to require that animals that they keep at their facilities are acquired through their mentors, so their mentors know what they have, requiring the apprentices to keep records, allowing them to possess chipmunks because they are allowed to have small mammals, so including chipmunks in that list, and then requiring apprentices who lose their mentors to give us a list of the animals that they have at their facilities and then find a new mentor within 30 days. On the mentor side, we don't have many requirements for mentors, and that's something we heard a lot about. So we are looking to increase the standards for mentors, also to include no citations for violations of the captivity rules within the previous 3 years, and then require them to keep records on the animals that they are assigning to their apprentices. Nobody's rehabbing elk calves. It's allowed. To the best of my knowledge, we've never had any requests for this. It's not something that we want to allow. That's a big baby. So prohibiting elk calf rehab in the rules is something we're looking at putting in there. On the flip side, we have had some requests to allow rehabilitation of armadillos. As you can see from the map, they are moving north. They are common sightings in a lot of our counties. So we are looking into including that. We've asked folks, have you ever had a request to rehab an armadillo? A few have, not a lot. Most have not. But then we asked if they would consider rehabilitating armadillos, and most said that they would. Surprisingly, a lot were unsure though. So adding something like that is something you may see moving forward. A lot of talk about rabies species. So we need to update the language in the rule to reflect the current CDC guidelines on immunizations, clarifying enclosure and secondary barrier language. There's a lot of confusion on what you have to have one of these species in captivity. Question.
Well, the one prior to this, and this is probably more for Chris or Brad. What benefit is armadillo?
Thank you.
To us, I mean, would we?
Other rehabbers want to rehab. None. But they ask. There's not very
I mean, it seems like we would spread the problem if we let them rehab one that ought to not be here anyway. Is that a?
Yes.
Chances of successful rehab are low because almost all injuries are from collisions with vehicles.
Right.
So, and at one of those concessions, several rehabbers said yes, that when they were approached to rehab armadillo was injured, usually severely from a collision with a vehicle, definitely beyond rehab. So that's going to be the number one reason there's a request for rehab.
Making it legal to rehab them?
Yes, but part of that is keeping them out of the hands of the public. So if they do need to and we did have that discussion in one of our sessions, and several of our rehabbers have put them down if they've been in contact with them. And like Colleen said, they realize that it's usually not, it's probably a futile effort to do that, but.
I mean, just because it's illegal for them to be held doesn't mean they're not held. And so this makes it, at least with the rehabber, can say,
Turn it back.
yeah, and the odds of it surviving, if they do, are very rare. This just makes them say, yeah, give it to me. They can do that. If they want to do it, they don't have to. Otherwise, they end up on somebody's porch, something, no problem.
We did say that they had to be released in the county that they were taken from.
Yeah.
So they can't be moved to a different. So you're not gonna be established, but.
Okay, I'm good. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't losing my mind there.
And I guess on that same note though, but seems like when I heard this, we're encouraging people to help the armadillo population, which I don't know that that's really what we wanted to do, is it?
Yeah,
It seems like we're sending a message.
What you're allowing them to do, public into a rehabber, they can then most likely put it down in a humane manner, so somebody trying to nurse it along.
Okay.
Prolong its misery.
Yeah, just the message to me is a little bit.
Yeah, that's where I was at. I just want to make sure we weren't trying to help the population.
Yeah.
The nuances, wildlife rehabilitation, or that's why we had 2 listening sessions working with all those and that. But that really, at the end of the day, and I'm glad Evan pointed it out, is first off, if they do actually successfully rehab one, they have to take it back to the county that it came from and release it on a place where they have permission to do so. The other thing is it creates a legal pathway for somebody to transfer, because everybody finds stuff and they want to take it somewhere. And, with some of the species, we can say, no, they're not legally, they're not a rabies vector. That's part of the reason why we transitioned into having rabies vector rehabilitators as well, because people were keeping baby raccoons, you know, because they couldn't legally transfer them to a rehabber and those kind of things.
You know, I'm gonna chime in with the former other two commissioners that sounds like, well, they're gonna do it anyway, so let's make it legal. And they don't have, maybe not rabies or they to do it, but I said earlier, leprosy, I know gets transferred from armadillos, I believe, so. It just seems like, yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that either.
It's true, but it does create a good pathway, right? Most of them are very responsible and they do the right thing. They accept.
Sorry. There.
Since my wife is ready to do this, I get lots of questions. It's my understanding, even with a certified rabies vector rehabilitator, that you can't move them across county lines. If there's a rabies vector in Guilford County, you have to find a rehabilitator in Guilford County. Is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not.
Well, check.
I think it is true.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's true.
Because we had the text for it. These rules, there's like 4 pages in these rules when they're trying to get the forms aligned and stuff, but
Yeah.
I'm not really sure one way, I'm not,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's correct.
I think that's right.
I think it's what I've been telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's.
I'd like to make sure I'm telling the right thing.
It's a similar, it's akin to the armadillo thing. There's certain restrictions you have that you have to, if you're going to do a rabies fee, it has to go in that county where it's at. The county or where it was found. Where it was found. Correct.
So, the other rabies issue that we have is that, there's no requirement to, well, you are required to test the species if it dies in captivity, but, there's no requirement to report those results to us if it's positive. So we need to add that into the rules. So like I said, we are in the process of revising them. They are with wildlife management right now for final review. They need to go through law enforcement and legal. And then we want to send them back to the captivity license holders for review before we bring them back to you. We also have the fur bearer propagation rules that need to be edited. Some of those rule edits will be based on the same things that are being edited in the rehabilitation and the captivity rules. So those will likely come to you in a full package moving forward, because you'll see things like disease management, reporting requirements, animal welfare, caging, things like that, that are repeats from the captivity rules going into the other rules. So you will be seeing those likely in June or July. And that's all I have for those ones.
Well, thanks, Chair. Yep. Chair, I just want to say, 2019, this stuff kind of hit the fan and it was very controversial. We got everything back on a good stead then. It's hard to believe it's been 5 years since we went through all that. Went back, we were about to adopt the rules last time. Everything got crazy for legitimate reasons. But the fact that y'all managed it and opened it up and got the process correct this time, not do that again this go round, and have these community stakeholder meetings ahead of time. My hats off to you, great management, and a wonderful way to have this. Really is. Thank you very much.
Terry, did you get everything you wanted, additional topics?
I'm gonna keep on going. Okay, so the 10G readoption updates also on the agenda. I just wanted to bring that up because that is the last set of periodic review rules from the first periodic review that we have to readopt. The deadline is December of this year. Those rules cover wildlife service agents. So we held them till last because of the go outdoors system, and we weren't really sure how we would need to change these service agent rules. So those should be coming to you for notice of text in July. And then we're going to start the periodic review all over again next year. We had 4 rules subject to legislative review this session. Those were the bear rule, 2 inland fishing rules, and the no wake zone in New Hanover County. No bills were introduced during the first 30 legislative days, so those rules were released back to us effective March 24th of this year. And then my final update. I want to introduce our new policy analyst, Will Casola. He joined us on Monday. Will comes to us most recently from the National Science Foundation, where he was a policy fellow in the Office of Polar Programs. But you may remember him from a few years ago when he was at NC State completing his PhD and did a large project for us on estimating use and economic value of game lands in North Carolina. So you will see him up here talking to you about rules real soon. And that's all I have.
Okay, well, let me just throw my 2 cents worth in here too. I mean, Gary makes this look so easy. It's smooth, but it is so complicated. I mean, wording has got to be, I mean, it is just amazing. And I've been on this thing a long time, and I guess till I was kind of the rules chair, I don't know that I even really realized the extensive amount of detail that has to be paid to every bit of this. So, I mean, a lot of times we sit here and listen to 10, 15 or 20 minutes, but it takes Lord knows how many 100 hours to figure it out. So, we all really appreciate your effort. Thank you for what you do. And you sit down. And we are adjourned.
Oh, shoot.
This is the meeting of land acquisitions and property. I'd like to remind everyone, this meeting is being streamed live and recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. Now call on Margot Winkler for roll call.
I'm gonna do a roll call for our land acquisition and property committee members. Committee Chair Tom Berry, Committee Vice Chair Brad Standback,
Here.
Committee Member Jim Ruffin.
Present.
Committee Member Ray Clifton.
Here.
Committee Member Kelly Davis. Here. Committee Member Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Ex officio members Monty Crump.
Here.
And Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Vice Chair, you have a floor.
You. I'll now call on Land and Water Access Assistant Chief Ben Solomon.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Standback. We have a pretty full agenda. Today we'll have 9 phase 1 proposals. We'll have 2 phase 2 proposals and 4 other property matters to take a look at. We'll start off in the mountain region with our Chestnut Mountain property in Macon County. The Chestnut Mountain property is 762 acres. It will be in addition to Nantahala Game Land. It is a partnership with a land trust called Unique Places to Save. The tax value of the property is right at 3.1 million, and the approximate asking price will be at appraised value. Some of the biological and access features of the tract. Access is off of Ruby Mine Road. There's a good network of existing logging roads that will provide good access to the public and to our staff and our management. It will also afford some protection to Tippett Creek and Kaler Fort Creek. The forest composition is mixed hardwood with some existing field openings, approximately 15 acres. And also important to note, the Southeast Conservation Blueprint indicated this was a high priority acquisition due to protection of land adjacent to other conserved lands, the Nantahala Forest there. There's also a high likelihood for development in this area. A couple of other things I'll note, Commissioner Ruffin and I have spoken recently about the inholding in this tract. Not sure how well you can see it, but it's located in the center of the property. It's about 10.5 acres and it is privately held. The landowner that we're working with in this Chestnut Mountain property has approached that landowner, has attempted to purchase that tract, has been unsuccessful in the past, but plans to continue efforts there. This landowner is very conservation minded. So he's been an excellent partner in this project. The inholding does not currently have a residence on it. It does have access, which would be across us. Any questions on the Chestnut Mountain property?
Defined access for the blanket.
It is a road that was put in there for development and it's not paved. It's more or less a dirt or gravel road. Pretty good condition from what staff said. Staff drove all the way back to that in holding on their site visit. But they do have defined access along that path, along that. Yes, sir. Yep. Any other questions? All right, we'll move forward to Graham County. This is the Shanty Gap tract. This is a 395 acre property. It will be in addition to Nantahala Game Land. This is another partnership project with Mainspring Conservation Trust. The tax value of the property is 1.2 million, and the approximate asking price we do not have yet. Mainspring is working to fundraise for this project. It is possible this will come to us as a donation. It's possible it'll come to us at a bargain sale price, but the project needs to develop a little further before we have a figure. Some of the biological features and access. Access is off of Mountain Creek Road, which is off of Highway 143. Currently, there is very poor public access to this adjacent tract of Nantahala Game Land, so this tract will improve that poor access for staff and for the public. There's protection of 2¼ miles of headwater trout streams in conserving this property. There's also diverse habitat types on the property that will support golden winged warblers as well as the Choa bald salamander. And a couple things staff noted in the habitat description was again the habitat diversity, Rich Cove forest, mountain seat forest, as well as boulder field habitats throughout the tract. Any questions on the Shanty Gap tract? All right, moving forward. We have the Mile 106 tract. This is another partnership project with Mainspring Conservation Trust. It is a 24 acre property in Macon County. It will be in addition to state-owned Needmore Game Land. The tax value is not available. We did pull it out of the county tax data. We found that it was an erroneous tax value. Not a good reference point in this situation. But we do know that the land trust would like appraised value for this tract, and their recent appraisal indicated the appraised value was approximately 35,000. So that will be our approximate asking price. Access to the Mile 106 tract is off Highway 28. Again, it'll be in addition to Needmore, and acquisition will conserve riparian habitat along the Little Tennessee River, which is classified as a state significant aquatic habitat area. And there's also good opportunities for early successional habitat management in these open fields that exist on the tract. There's also a wetland that exists on the tract that'll provide important habitat. Any questions on the Mile 106 tract? Next up, we'll shift over to our northern mountain work area. We'll be in Wilkes County. This is the McElwee tract. It is a 36 acre property in Wilkes County. It will be in addition to Thurman Chatham Game Land. And it's probably hard to see from where you're sitting, but the property is outlined in red. The surrounding light green area is the Pine Mountain tract that is a donation from TNC. We should receive that donation or complete that closing within the next 2 to 3 months, we anticipate. So this McElwee tract ties in nicely with that Pine Mountain donation. The asking price will be appraised value. We're working directly with a private landowner here. Access is off Sparta Road, and forest composition is very consistent with the Pine Mountain adjacent property. It's chestnut oak forest with pockets of pine oak heath. Also affords some protection to Mulberry Creek and some unnamed tributaries, and ties in well. You could call this an in-holding that the Pine Mountain tract created, and this opportunity, we're grateful it arose so quickly. Any questions on the McElwee tract? All right, moving forward to Yancey County. This is another project that popped up not long after we began processing the Turkey Ridge Callaway acquisition on the Cane River. That is a partnership with the Conservation Fund. This tract came online very recently. It's a 470 acre property. It'll be a new state-owned game land in Yancey County. Again, partnership with the Conservation Fund. Tax value, again, seems to be an erroneous value in the county tax data at 184,000. Our asking price will be determined by the Conservation Fund's level of success with their fundraising efforts. They've applied to several funding sources. This is another one that could come as a donation. It could come at a bargain sale to the commission. Access is off of Tooties Creek Road, and approximately half of the tract contains the Tooties Creek Headwaters Natural Heritage Program natural area. Also protects about 1 mile of Tooties Creek. Rich Cove Forest is the forest type, and several significant species are known to benefit from the habitat types on this tract and in this area. To name a few: eastern small-footed bat, tricolored bat, Virginia big-eared bat. And staff would like to recommend phase 1 approval of the low tract. And again, this will tie in with the Turkey Ridge Callaway acquisition that we're partnering with the Conservation Fund on. We're likely, I'd say, 3 to 4 months out from closing on that acquisition with the Conservation Fund. So this property will tie in nicely. Any questions on the low tract? All right. This is a little bit different, a different type proposal than you're used to seeing. I think it's the first that I've seen since being in the position. This is a right of way purchase at Wilderness Cove on Green River Game Land, and approximate asking price for this right of way will be determined by an appraisal. And how we'll process this right of way, if we receive phase 1 approval today, we'll treat it just like a land acquisition. We'll then go get an appraisal. We'll extend an offer to these landowners based on that appraisal, just like any of our other land acquisitions. The right of way will provide us access to Green River Cove Road. And currently this section of Green River Game Land does not have deeded public access. The landowners have been very gracious to allow us to utilize their driveway here for the public and for administrative use. However, we would like to solidify that by purchasing a public access easement. Also important to note, the easement language will specifically call out public access as an allowance. The easement will cross 2 landowners, and it is approximately 0.11 miles in length, as to be determined by survey down the road. And again, value of this right of way will be determined by an appraisal. And I'll make one note, because I know when we had a quick check-in on these matters last week, this was a different proposal. The right of way as pitched last week only crossed the Wilderness Cove property landowner, and there was that small gap property or in-holding property that's outlined in blue. And we had not been able to contact that landowner as of last week. As of last Friday, we were able to touch base with that landowner, and they were willing to sell a right of way. I think this is a very important piece. Now we will have deeded access all the way to our state land as opposed to having that gap. So that's a new development. Wanted to note that, but very important right of way acquisition. Any questions? Yes, sir.
I know you mentioned this before we fight around again. They understand you've been fully upfront and transparent and this public access for everyone, not just access for
Correct.
all application for weeks and trucks.
Correct.
They're fully on board and understand it.
Yes, sir.
Make sure that we're in this understanding this was over.
Yes, sir. And one other thing worth noting maybe is this Wilderness Cove tract came forward as an acquisition, a phase 1 acquisition in our December 2024 committee meeting. Between December and now, the landowners decided they wanted to retain the property. However, they would grant us a right of way. So that's one other minor pivot that we've had with that landowner. All right. We'll shift over to our Piedmont and Lee County. This is a 303 acre tract. It will be in addition to Lee Game Land. This is a partnership project with Triangle Land Conservancy. The tax value of the property is just over $1 million, and the approximate asking price will be determined down the road. Triangle Land Conservancy is working to fundraise this project. They have funding requests in several different grantors. So our asking price will be largely determined by the success of those applications. Access to this property is through Cletus Hall Road and Lower River Road. And the property is located just off the west side of the Cape Fear River, and it's adjacent to the northwest corner of Lee Game Land. It's primarily loblolly pine, with a small amount being some older bottomland hardwood forest. It will protect Hughes Creek as well as Lick Creek. And there are several natural heritage elements that are known to occur on the tract, including southern skullcap, as well as Piedmont bottomland forest in the lower section of Lick Creek floodplain. Any questions on the Lick Creek Forest project? All right, moving forward to the coast, we'll be in Harnett County. This is a 1,075 acre property. It would be a new game land, and it would be a new game land in an underserved area of the state as it relates to public access to public lands. Tax value is 433,000, and the approximate asking price will be at appraised value. The access will be from Shady Grove Road on the southern boundary of the tract, as well as Buddy Barefoot Road, which runs through the core of the tract. There's approximately 4.5 miles of road network and trails that exist on the property. There is an existing mitigation conservation easement that will convey with this property. That conservation easement only applies to the wetland and wetland buffer areas, and it totals about 490 acres of easement. So about half the property will be under an existing conservation easement. Staff have no concerns with that. We've taken a look at that on the ground. It's not going to hinder our ability to manage the uplands or any of the existing ag fields. The 3 existing ag fields total about 112 acres. The upland forest areas are comprised of longleaf pine as well as loblolly pine with some hardwood drainages. We feel this property is definitely going to benefit from our ownership, our management, our prescribed fire program, also our forest management program and managing these existing loblolly and longleaf pine stands. Any questions about the RES property?
How did this come to our attention?
It's an environmental company. It's working on this project. The environmental company reached out to us, had some interest in seeing this go into public access ownership or public ownership, whether that was state parks or us. And we've been in communication with them since.
Presumably, the conservation easement will somewhat reduce appraised value.
Yes.
Wetlands couldn't be used for much anyway.
Yes, sir. Definitely will account for that.
That was my next question, Brian.
We anticipate appraised value being in the ballpark of 1.5 million, but we'll have to wait and see where that comes in at. Any other questions? All right, moving forward to the coast or northern coast, will be in Gates County. This would be in addition to Chowan Swamp Game Land. It has a tax value of just over 40,000, and the asking price will be appraised value. We're working directly with the private landowner in this acquisition. The Catherine's Creek tract has access off a deeded right-of-way off Old Town Road. It also has roadside access via Catherine Creek Road, which is that State Road 1182 that you see on the map. And the public can also access the tract via boat, which is how a lot of Chowan Swamp Game Land is currently accessed. It will protect Warwick Creek as well as Trotman Creek. And both of those creeks are designated as anadromous fish spawning areas. And the majority of the tract is within a natural heritage area, the Chowan Swamp Natural Heritage Area. And it's also important to note that Chowan Swamp bottomlands are recognized as a global important bird area by the Audubon Society. 95 acres of the property are cypress gum forest and tidal swamp forest, with the remaining acreage being some uplands with loblolly pine and mixed hardwood. Any questions on the Catherine Creek tract? That concludes our phase 1s. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, we can take them forward.
Okay, I call for a motion, second for moving these phase 1 forward. So move phase 2. Second. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Let's move on to phase 2.
Yes, sir. We've got 2 phase 2 proposals to look at today. The first is a donation from Southern Appalachian Highlands Conservancy. This is the Harris Cove tract. It is nearest to Pisgah Game Land. However, this will be it'll actually be in addition to Pisgah Game and a disjunct to. It's 205 acres total. Madison County road frontage and access is via NC Highway 209. There's road frontage off Highway 209. The property does have a good network of existing logging roads, which will help out with administrative access. Also benefiting game land users. There is a high potential to institute disabled sportsman youth hunts here. As soon as you come onto the property, there's a large field. When staff went out, I think they saw several turkeys strutting. They got a couple cool pictures that they submitted to us. So definitely have an interest in doing some disabled sportsman hunts there. Conservation of the tract will also protect the upper headwaters of Spring Creek, which is classified as a trout outstanding resource water. Forest type, mixed hardwood forest. There's about 27 acres of open field, which you can see a little bit better in the detail map here. Again, this will be a donation from Southern Appalachian Highlands Conservancy. Our estimated stewardship is $4,000 for boundary establishment and gate installation. No estimated revenue within the 5-year window, and staff would like to recommend phase 2 approval of the Harris Cove tract. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Where exactly were those turkeys?
Right there. All right, hearing no comments, we'll move forward to our last phase 2 for today. This is the Gladdy Fork Fish Hatchery. This is a 11-acre property in Transylvania County that is fully outfitted with an existing hatchery that's currently in operation. This would be a brand new fish hatchery for our production program. The acquisition of the hatchery will add capacity for growing and holding fish to reduce the impacts to the stock trout program during the required renovations of Armstrong and Setzer. After the renovations are complete, we'll likely use this facility to increase production for either brood stock, fingerling, or catchable trout, or a combination of those three. The addition will also provide some resiliency and redundancy to our stock trout program to help safeguard against future storm events. The property and infrastructure appraised at $1,205,000. The state property office extended an offer to the landowner at that appraised value. They countered us fairly high. State property office is very common if it's a property that's meeting an operations need for the agency, high priority acquisition. We can counter at 10% more than appraised value. 10% more than 1.205 is $1,325,000. The landowner accepted our counter offer at $1,325,000, and we propose to purchase this hatchery using endowment fund monies. The 5-year stewardship and revenue estimates are at 0. This is a turnkey hatchery facility. We do not anticipate any needed repairs as we move in and pick up production. Any questions on the Gladdy Fork Fish Hatchery acquisition?
Other than I think it's an excellent opportunity.
Yes, sir.
A trout.
Well, there would be opportunity potentially for doing some non-game work, but it's a cold water act.
Other questions? Call for a motion and second. All those in favor? Aye. Carries, except these phase 2. Other property matters.
We have 4 very different other property matters to discuss today. Oftentimes we're talking about easements. Today we're talking about a land trade, a lease renewal, a disposition, as well as an easement request. So we'll start out in Dare and Terrell counties. And this is a land trade with NCDOT. And NCDOT, the NCDOT owned parcel is 2.3 acres. We've been referring to it as the Little Alligator property. And the wildlife owned parcel, we're referring to it as the East Lake property. This used to house the East Lake BAA, which has been closed for a number of years. NCDOT has a need for our parcel in the bridge replacement project they have coming online here soon. They proposed taking ownership of that parcel, seeing as how we do not use it as a boating access area at this point. And it was a really nice fit. Their Little Alligator property also has a ramp on it. It's off and on utilized by the public. It's not an official public access. However, in this trade and with that property under wildlife ownership, we would plan to utilize that property as a public boating access area. It would require fairly minimal renovations in order to bring it online for the public. And we have some agreements with DOT. They're going to help us bring that property online by bringing in some ABC stone and they're going to help make that presentable and safe for the public to use. And This would essentially, in the state property office's eyes, it'll be a reallocation. So it'll be a fairly simple transition. Staff are fully in support of this trade. We feel it's a good fit for the agency and a good fit for our constituents. Any questions on the DOT land trade? Sir.
Hey, would we be able to separate this one out so I can recuse myself?
And one other thing worth noting, I glanced over this, but on the property that we would be receiving from DOT, there is a portion of that property that they will retain. There is a dock extending off that section of the parcel. DOT would like to retain that so that they have a put in and a loading place for some of their upcoming construction projects. They would also retain an access easement across our parcel so that they could reach that retention. And all of that would be ironed out prior to transfer.
Call for a motion second on this. Second. All those in favor? Commissioner Zimmer has recused himself from that vote. All right.
We'll proceed to the Foothills Trail Lease Renewal request from Duke Energy. This is in Transylvania County at Toxaway Game Land. This is about a 4.1 mile stretch of foot trail that has been in existence on Toxaway Game Land for some time now. The lease that we have with Duke Energy will soon expire in 2027. So Duke is requesting a renewal to this foot trail lease. It would be there is a proposed 30-year lease term in this renewal. And they're doing all of that to align with their upcoming FERC relicensing. And that FERC license does have a 50-year term. Any questions about the Duke Energy lease renewal? All right, moving forward. This is a very unique other property matter. This is a easement disposition. We're working with Southern Appalachian Highlands Conservancy on this. They are pursuing acquisition of this Cranberry Mine tract. The property is owned by 130 of Chatham. In order for them to purchase the tract, they have to resolve any encroachments. In their boundary survey, they found several encroachments shown on the map in blue and red segments. They're very small acreage encroachments. Each one is a fraction of an acre, 0.003, 0.004. Therefore, we couldn't even show a shape. However, the total area of encroachment is 0.186 acres. Where we come into play here, the Wildlife Commission does currently hold a conservation easement on this Cranberry Iron Mine property. That was established, I believe, in 2003 or 2004. In order for them to resolve these encroachments, we have to release these areas from our easement. So in an effort to continue our partnership with Southern Appalachian to allow them to see conservation of this property through, we propose that we release 0.186 acres from this conservation easement. And that will allow Southern Appalachian to get the property closed on and then permanent conservation. Any questions on this easement disposition?
Yeah, so just a quick comment. Previously, we're negotiating to get an easement from somebody, and we're going to give this easement away.
We will be releasing 0.186 acres from this conservation easement area, correct?
I hate giving away property rights for free.
Might get more than that back.
Yeah, they're giving it back to us for free after they clear up this legal problem.
In that case, it's granted.
But Linda, you would have disappointed me if you hadn't said that again. I agree with you. But in this case, it makes sense.
Good deal. All right. And moving forward to our final other property matter. This is a request at Holly Shelter Game Land in Pender County. This is a project that we're working with the Nature Conservancy on. The Nature Conservancy is working to record a state conservation easement as well as a Navy conservation easement on this Beasley tract, which is outlined in dark blue. It's referred to as the Big Island tract. And you can see it kind of in the upper part of this map. It's a complete inholding in Holly Shelter Game Land. In order for the Nature Conservancy to record that conservation easement, they have to have deeded access to the tract, or the landowner has to prove they have deeded access to the tract. So in order for them to have deeded access, all they need from us is it's about a 300-foot stretch of access easement that you see in red on that small leg of Holly Shelter Game Land. And in exchange for that 300-foot access easement, the same Beasley family owns what they call the Big Sandhills tracts, which are outlined in light blue. They would grant the commission an administrative access easement across all of that big Sandhills tract outlined in light blue in exchange for that 300-foot access easement. It allows them to access their Big Island tract. We're proposing this essentially as an easement trade at no cost to the landowner or to the Wildlife Commission. One contingency that we've discussed is not recording that 300-foot access easement until TNC has fully developed that state and Navy easement. So essentially, it will be a simultaneous closing where TNC is recording the state-held conservation easement as well as the Navy conservation easement, as well as the access easement granted by the commission. So it's really a timing thing that will prevent us from granting an access easement to a property before it is fully conserved with conservation easement.
This is just a cart path, not even a full road. It's just the minimum required for them to have technical legal access.
Yes, and it's technically an access easement. I believe it's 30-foot wide, if I'm not mistaken, in the survey that they have worked up at the moment.
Any other questions? Call for a motion and second on these additional matters. Moved. All those in favor? Aye. Passes. Any additional topics? Good.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Wow, let's note that for the record.
Well, the Wilmington is close. Wilmington, the last one, the correlation there, Wilmington. We're breaking for lunch, but I see we're next one, voting station meeting scheduled for 1:30. We got a little bit of time to just let's plan on being done over 1:15 and ready to go to voting station meeting 1:15. And Tom Hastings is not with us today. I got a text from him last night that his mother-in-law had passed away last night. So he, I'm not sure. I know he's not here today, may not tomorrow. Want to make it clear. Just want to let you all know. He was not present. If I had known NASCAR was going to come out in Rockingham this week, we probably would have scheduled this meeting a week later. That's the reason
I was disappointed we didn't get invited down to Rockingham and do the meeting in Rockingham.
on the word.
But that's okay.
I can certainly accommodate you. No problem with that whatsoever. So let's just plan on being back to 1:15, start the voting session. Guess we'll go to Ruggles.
This meeting has been streamed live and recorded in the public record. Recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. Voting Safety Committee. This time I'm going to call on Ms. Minkler for a roll call.
Good afternoon. Going to do a roll call for our voting safety committee members. Committee Chair J.C. Cole.
Present.
Committee Vice Chair Ray Clifton. Committee Member John Coley. Committee Member Hayden Rogers. Committee Member Tom Hayslip. Committee Member Mike Alford. Ex officio members Monty Crump.
Here.
And Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you do not have a quorum.
We will if we find Ray. He's out there.
Let me go around him up.
Go around that Ray.
Handcuffs on. Bring back.
Hey, I don't know where he, I don't know.
He said he was not going to be back. So
Yeah, he told me he would be back.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if you want, because of these actions are going to be held tomorrow, you could go forth with the meeting without having.
Thank you.
At this time,
Wait, you want to wait, he gets. That was first time.
At this time, we're gonna call on Ms. Betsy Hayward to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, we first have two proposed water safety rules amendments for your review before a vote by the entire commission tomorrow. First, in Craven County, under 15A NCAC 10F.0347, a proposed wake zone in part of Bryce Creek, shore to shore, from north of the Bryce's Creek Bridge to the south-southeast around Merchants Grocery, docking facilities, fuel dock, public boat ramp, and ending at a line southeast of the peninsula and sharp curves on the east side of Bryce Creek. You can see it on the map there. A virtual public hearing was held on February 12th, 2025, with no attendees, and there were no comments received during the open comment period. Second, we have 15A NCAC 10F.0368, Haswell and Person counties. This is an agency-requested technical correction for Hyco Lake to designate responsibility for placement and maintenance of regulatory markers on Hyco Lake to the boards of commissioners of Caswell and Person counties. A virtual public hearing was held on February 12th, 2025, with no attendees. No comments were received during the open comment period. And staff will request that the committee vote to recommend adoption of these two amendments in the full meeting tomorrow. Are there any questions? Mr. Chairman, do you want me to move on now? Okay. Secondly, we have a request by the agency for the commission to approve publishing notice of text with an open comment period and public hearing to establish a no wake zone shore to shore around the Adam Klutz Bridge on Gunpowder Creek on Lake Hickory. We received reports from the public that the low bridge is difficult for boats to pass under, especially at greater than no wake speed. Boats have been damaged by the bridge pilings, bimini tops have been pulled off, and people being pulled on tubes have actually come into contact with the low bridge structure by boats that are traveling around faster than is safe there. In the assessment matrix completed by enforcement, it was noted that the placement of a no wake zone there would remind boaters and boats pulling tubers on the creek to slow down in the area. No fiscal note is required. Staff recommends that the committee vote to recommend approval by the WRC at the meeting tomorrow to publish notice of text with an open comment period and public hearing for a no wake zone at the Adam Klutz Bridge on Lake Hickory. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Additional topics? That is to be another.
Thank you.
Call the meeting, committee of the whole order. At this time, I will ask Margot to do a roll call of members present.
Do a roll call for commissioners for the committee of whole. Committee Chair Monty Crump.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Mark Craig.
Here.
David Hoyle.
Here.
John Coley. Wes Seegers.
Here.
Tommy Fumble.
Here.
Tom Berry. Brad Stanback.
Here.
Jim Ruffin. Ray Clifton.
Here.
Kelly Davis. Here. Steve Wyndham. Landon Zimmer.
Here.
John Stone.
Here.
Hayden Rogers. John Alexander. Tom Hayslip. J.C. Cole.
Yeah.
Mike Alford. Joe Budd.
Here.
Reed Smith. Mr. Chairman, yeah.
Thank you. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded for public record. Recording the meeting will be available at www.wildlife.gov. Got to get used to saying gov. Why did y'all just change that? Because it had to, or we had to. There you go. Jason's not here. They're on the way up since we're starting a little early, so I'm gonna move on to Carrie here. Started.
All right, so a couple rulemaking items for today. First is permanent rulemaking adoption. This is for proposed amendments to the Age of Youth and Youth Peer Days. And staff will be recommending approval of this at tomorrow's meeting. We did hold one public hearing on February 13th. We only received 5 public comments on these changes during the open comment period. The first of the changes is to standardize the age of youth to individuals under the age of 16 in the 10B, 10C, and 10D rules. And the second change was to create that 2-day youth season for deer like exists for waterfowl and turkey. So like I said, staff will be recommending approval of these amendments at tomorrow's meeting. Are there any questions on this one? Right, moving on. Next is temporary rulemaking adoption. This amendment, which is Exhibit L1 and L2 in your packages, will be to close the spotted sea trout harvest until June 15th in waters within our jurisdiction to be consistent with the DMF closure. I do want to mention that since this temporary amendment has been noticed, a new proclamation was issued to extend the closure until June 30th. We have here in our temporary rule June 15th, so we are not matching that again. We do have the option though to extend ours to the 30th also.
Do we have that option back, going back to public hearing?
No, yeah, we can do it without going back to public hearing.
So if we wanted to do the have 15 days, need to do it today, with recommendation.
Yeah, we'll come back with the corrected rule text tomorrow.
So we need a vote today from committee of whole to move it to tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have any discussion about that? Understand we're being asked, we discussed it at length last time. So I'll entertain a motion if that's the desire of the committee of the whole to move this forward with a 15-day to June the 30th.
30th.
June 30th. So moved. Got from Brad and second. Mark Craig.
Now we're just discussing, go ahead. This matches up with the Division of Marine Fisheries States at this point. It's
Their last proclamation.
right, their last proclamation, which,
You know how that.
yeah, I did, I read the letter. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of moving this rule text moving forward to June 15th. To June 30th, signify by saying aye. Opposed. Motion carries.
Okay, we'll correct that rule text for tomorrow then. All right, now temporary rulemaking notice of text. Let's talk about sea trout again. So this is for different amendments to the sea trout rule. Corey or Christian, please help me if I mess this up. But so these new amendments are the same as the ones that Corey proposed or mentioned this morning during the annual cycle proposals that matches those permanent rules. This will be a temporary amendment to establish a no possession slot limit from 20 to 26 inches and reduce the daily creel from 4 to 3, with only one being greater than 26 inches in inland and joint fishing waters. And we are doing this, proposing this as a temporary rule, so it will be in place for this fall because the permanent rule that's going along in the annual cycle will not be in place until next August. So that's this one.
We need to vote to move this forward.
No, that'll be tomorrow. We'll vote to notice text. Are there any questions about this one?
And again, this matches up with the Division of Marine Fisheries slot limits that they stated, or? is
We
it-
anticipate that it will.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Like I say, they adopted the sea trout plan. So it's in the sea trout plan. They have not issued a proclamation making this change yet. We anticipate they will be doing that proclamation in the next month or so. So we will match their proclamation, but their commission voted this in their last meeting as part of the plan update.
in their letter of comment, this is what they stated with the slot limits and that, okay. Very good, thank you.
Right. And then finally, we have the temporary version of a proposal that Darren presented in the land and water access annual cycle proposals earlier. But this would be an amendment to the Pisgah game land rule to address overcrowding and safety issues. This amendment will prohibit activities other than hunting, fishing, trapping, and authorized use of posted trails and parking areas on the Lutz track of the game land. This temporary rule would be in place for the summer, which is the heavy use season, a lot of overcrowding in the summer months. like Darren mentioned, this very narrow roadway, and there's going to be some construction that the US Forest Service and DOT are doing on that roadway.
I'm gonna ask the executive director to give a little bit more background on this, reason the temporary nature, why it was done, this is a request here, and reason why, so commissioners have a better understanding of.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, again, as Darren alluded to earlier this morning, the Wilson Creek Gorge and the loop track that comes out upstream of that is a very tight, you've got the road and you've got the river. And what the sheriff and our staff have seen, including our enforcement staff, have seen a lot of over loving of the property. And to the point where the sheriff and emergency vehicles are having a hard time getting down the road. And so they're trying everything they can to mitigate some of that. With the closure that the Forest Service is doing, the anticipation is a lot of that activity is going to push up into our property. And again, we just don't have, I mean, there's maybe 20 parking spaces along our entire property. And that was all there for anglers and hunters. And so what we're trying to do with this rule is to help not only the property itself, but also help emergency services to make sure that if somebody gets in trouble, because we have had a drowning there this year. You know, and if emergency services can't get down the road, then we put more people at risk. And so really what we're doing with this amendment is prioritizing the uses of hunting, fishing, trapping, and there is a trail that would be accessed as well. And that's why you have that authorized use postage trail parking area as well.
I'm assuming it's river, road, and a mountain.
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's a mill site that has more property. Originally, when we first bought the property, we were working with the county to establish a park, and then the county pulled out. And so aside from that, it is pretty much river, road, mountain.
Are there any further questions about the justification for doing this? A good understanding of it?
That's it for rulemaking.
You want to circle back to Jason, or you want to go ahead and take it? We'll go ahead and circle back to Jason, because this next one may take a bit. Jason, down to fund spending on income allocation and equity allocation.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Brief financial update for today. I will skip the usual, but what I do want to highlight, and you'll see this presented again tomorrow as Exhibit C, is the expendable income earned for our endowment investment for calendar year 24. Overall, we're looking at about 20.6 million earned in expendable income last year. We can see the largest portion of that, as expected, in our adult lifetime license section, about 377,000 in lifetime magazine subscriptions, which we no longer sell, but they continue to earn income from back when they were an offering. Contributions about 197,000, and diversity specific contributions about 320,000. So again, 2024 was a great year for the fund. About $20.6 million earned that will be presented for approval tomorrow. Any questions about that information? And hearing none, the other thing I wanted to kind of queue up for discussion was, I know there were some concerns raised at our last meeting about the uncertainty in the economic environment and how that may impact our investments moving forward. I want to remind the board that, you know, we've got enough capital secured at this point in time to meet our needs for the next probably 3 years. With that, I think that, you know, our equity portion is relatively safe and has some time to recover from any immediate volatility. But again, I'll defer to the board's expertise and input on that.
What are your thoughts, Brad? Manny?
I brought this up the last time, just that, you know, I've been a proponent of more in equities. Glad we're out of bonds. Money market fund is earning decent interest. That's a good alternative. It's hard to manage portfolio by committee and do anything in a timely manner. So a lot has changed since February and may change more. Still a lot of uncertainty for everyone. So, you know, I don't have an answer. Just I thought it would be good for us to open that up and discuss it. If anyone has other ideas.
Says if your position is stay course, you don't have
as long as we've got enough cash expendable income to meet needs for the next 3 years, I'd say stay the course then.
Landon, you got an opinion?
Yeah, like pretty much mostly echo that. I know you'll see in the next slide. I guess it's better to be lucky than good. We looked pretty smart moving the money when we did at the top. I think we did it over time, but when we had a chance to move it, we all moved it pretty quickly. So that is in the the short-term fund, and that will not move down. That just earns interest. You'll see that shortly. But as Brad said, as long as we don't have anything in the next 36 months to draw from that equity index fund, I think, we can withstand the ups and downs. The problem is if you need to pull from it, then you have to make a decision when you want to do that and over how much time. And so any big expenses going forward, we need to look at that and figure out and make a decision how we want to draw from that if there are any anytime soon. But Mr. Connells told me in the next 36 months, there's nothing, doesn't seem like we need to draw anything out of the equity index fund. So until we think there is a need to, just stay the course.
Because you remember when we met Cherokee, we bought more and then we accelerated that. We both of them. Are there any further comments? Anybody else have anything to say?
So with no large capital expenditures, I agree with covered there. Do we know of any potential large land acquisition over the next 2 or 3 years?
We always have some, but I don't know of any that would be at that level, that we're not looking on that funding for.
Yeah, nothing unusual.
A few million, but we think have enough to cover that. I mean, the biggest one's the Lady Ford.
What's the next slide?
There was no next slide. But I think what you were referring to will be presented as part of Exhibit B tomorrow.
Only the big.
Only certain people have.
Only that man, man, I think I did page
Profit sharing slide.
They had page 2.
Anything else? All right. Thank you all.
Conservation pass update, Carrie and Kat.
All right, so last July, the ad hoc committee on supplemental funding approved staff to go ahead and move forward with exploring the conservation access pass concept. So since that time, we have met with some partner organizations and some other agencies to discuss the ideas, the concerns, and we've done some outreach with the public that we're going to tell you a little bit about today. So in February, we held 3 in-person public forums, and one in Pitt County, one in Greensboro, and one in Clyde. And then on March 4th, we had a virtual forum. We did open an online comment portal from February 12th through March 28th. And all in all, we got over 650 comments and questions and ideas on a conservation access pass. So for those of you who weren't able to attend one of the meetings, what we did was we gave some presentations. We gave an overview of the agency and our funding. We explained what was under consideration regarding the pass. We knew of some questions that people had, so we tried to address those right off the bat and see what other questions they might have. And we just generally had a discussion. I wanted to show this slide because I think this was probably one of the most impactful things that we showed people, is how the agency is funded. We had a lot of feedback after this was explained that their tax dollars don't go towards buying properties. They don't contribute really in any way, and our recurring appropriations are fairly low as an agency. So in terms of the conservation access pass concept, we explained that this would be an annual permit that would be required to access and use at least our properties, which would include 70 game lands that we own, 5 of our shooting ranges, and over 250 BAAs across the state, voting access areas. It would work much like a license. So individuals 16 and older who were accessing and using these properties who don't already have a hunting, fishing, or trapping license would need an access pass. So some of the activities that this might include are things like camping or hiking, canoeing, kayaking, biking, horseback riding, just walking. It would be sold like our licenses are through Go Outdoors, annual permit. Like I said, required for unlicensed users, 16 and older. It is a little different with people who are using BAAs who have a registered boat because they would not need an access pass to use the boating access areas. But if they were to go and use a game land to go hiking or something like that, and they didn't have a hunting, fishing, or trapping license, then they would probably need an access pass. We didn't really throw a fee out there for this pass, but we did mention that, you know, our least expensive annual hunting fishing license is $30 right now. So that would be a good starting point. So now Catherine's going to explain some of the comments that we received on it.
Thank you, Carrie, and thank you, Commissioners. So this is one of my favorite parts of my job, is going through all of the public comments we received. So on the Conservation Access Pass, we again received over 650 relevant comments. This is not including the ones that had nothing to do with the proposal at all. So what I did is I looked at every comment and I looked to see if their comments were for or against the pass or had no preference. Most of those no preferences were just questions, so you can't really glean support or opposition based on a question. But as you can see, most of the comments we received were in opposition. One of the other things I looked at was whether they had a license or not. So our green bars here are license holders, our orange bars are not license holders, and our gray bars were unknown. At the public hearings, we didn't know for the most part whether folks were or were not license holders. So again, most folks opposed it. Most folks were our license holders, but overall, when you compare each group, the opposition outweighed the support. So then, as a reminder, as I go through these comments, I group them by theme. So by ideas that are posed in the comment. For the sake of time, I'll only go through the top 5 on this slide. So these are our comments from everyone who was not in support of the pass. So the first one was that the pass would add an unnecessary barrier to the outdoors, that this would prevent people from going out, whether it be a financial or a structural institutional barrier. It would prevent people from enjoying the outdoors. The second most common theme was folks that were just generally opposed. These are your not real happy folks that just weren't in support of it. And then the third theme here is the belief that public lands are for everyone and should be free, that public lands are just that, public. We shouldn't institute a barrier or a fee for someone to access what is inherently for everyone. The fourth common theme was folks that were concerned about safety. So having folks who hadn't necessarily taken hunter ed, being out in the woods during deer season, not knowing that dogs could be used, et cetera, and so forth, concerned about situations that could be bad. The fifth theme here was the belief that non-consumptive users have other places to recreate. So folks that aren't hunting and fishing, they have other places to go if they just want to go walk in the woods. They've got state parks, local parks, state forests, et cetera. With our supportive comments, there were really only 3 main themes that came out of this. And the first one was that the belief that everyone should have to pay. You know, hunters and anglers have been paying into the system for years and decades, and everyone else should have to contribute to the resources they're using as well. Again, we had a generally supportive theme, folks that were happy the pass was being proposed. And then finally, this one I thought was really interesting, was that we had some folks say that it was a good thing that we were diversifying our funding sources, not just relying on the hunters and anglers. So moving back to those no preferences, again, most of those were questions. So I wanted to give an example of some of the questions that we received. Most of them we had already addressed on the website. I'm sure you guys saw the Conservation Access Pass website, and most of them were addressed. However, there were some regarding specific access, so asking about specific properties or specific times of the year that folks would or would not have access. Questions regarding enforcement, you know, how would it be enforced? What was the fine? That kind of thing. We also had questions on existing data. So what other states had implemented a program like this? What data did we have that said that there were non-users degrading the property, things like that. And then finally, questions regarding other available options. What else could we do to raise money outside of doing this Conservation Access Pass? And finally, we had about 40 comments that provided some recommendations of things that they would like to see in the pass. So the first thing here was additional pass types. So for seniors, military, lifetime, things like that. The second was exemption for school groups or nonprofits. So folks that are taking kids out, the teachers shouldn't have to have a pass, or nonprofits using our properties. We had folks telling us where they thought the money should go, whether that's towards non-game, the properties, the kids, that kind of thing. We had 6 people tell us we should do a sales tax instead. There's a couple states across the nation that have them, and they thought we should have one too. And then finally, asked us to consider a low income access program for those that may not be able to afford the pass, have some sort of concession or consideration for those individuals. And with that, I'll send it back to Carrie for next steps.
So I do want to make it clear that we did make it clear to the folks we were talking to that this was not a proposal at this time, that we were trying to collect feedback and get information from them. So nothing had formally been proposed. And I think folks got that. So for next steps, we will be providing you all with the comments. We do have some additional analysis that we would like to do, but you will all get to see the comments. We would like to have some discussions with our conservation partners and decide, well, kind of determine which properties would be included in a pass and which ones would not. And then consider some options for a conservation pass and bring that back to you in June. That's all we have.
Comments and discussion? Jim?
Questions. First of all, this doesn't qualify for Pittman Roberts or anything like that. It's not, doesn't qualify as a hunting license to get this additional funding. It's just, okay. Have we decided what the revenues, if this was ever put in place, would go to designated, or is it just general fund?
Yeah, so it would not be designated for something specific.
Comment there is, if we're gonna charge access passes to game lands, I think it'd be a lot easier pill for those people to swallow if they knew those funds were going back into maintaining the game lands, because as we all know, there seems to be a full of resources on maintaining them, and then we keep adding more and more and not more people. So that might be something we want to consider. Because I've heard that from several people about maintaining our game lands. It's kind of tough right now. In being on land access, they feel like we're adding too many too soon. So that's a thought. Is there a time of year restriction on these, or once they get an access pass, they can go anywhere, any game land, any time of year?
I would think that they'd be able to access anywhere, any time of year. I mean, they currently are.
Right.
So, yeah.
This might be an opportunity to address that safety concern of being on game lands during certain times of year with certain types of hunting. And you could even do specific game lands during specific times of year, because we do it with our licenses anyway. You only hunt certain things, certain days, that kind of thing. So that might want to be baked into it too. My biggest one though is the revenue. So if this was enacted, I would hate to think this just goes to the general fund, that we use it for something specific for the game lands, maintaining them, and or that's hiring new personnel or equipment or whatever we do, buying stone roads. But those are my thoughts on that.
Yeah. Make sure I'm on the same page here. So this came about because legislature wanted us to find a different funding source, which means it needs to go to the general fund. It doesn't have to. I mean, just if that was the purpose of it, is so we don't need as much for them. We can't allocate it to. But
so the General Assembly asked us to do this.
They told us to find other funding sources besides them. And so we did an ad hoc committee to try to find where else can we raise money in this agency. And we had a lot of good ideas, and that one got ruled out. That one got ruled out because legally that won't work. This, I mean, we talked about a parking fee to park your vehicle. But am I on the right track, Carrie? I mean, is this not kind of the culmination of where? So, the opposition I've heard, the phone calls I've got from a lot of the folks that I'm surprised were that many opposed to this were hunters, but the hunters that contacted me were concerned that we start letting non-hunters, if we sell them an access pass, then they're going to have more voice than hunters have. And that's hunters' concern and whatnot. My biggest question, Jim, goes back to I think this is an unanswerable question. We don't know if this is going to generate $100,000 or $1 million, and if it's a couple hundred, it probably, to Mark Craig's point, the squeeze ain't worth the juice. I mean, we may be fighting a battle. I mean, there's a lot of people in the legislature are excited about it. I mean, so I've got a lot of phone calls about this that I had one that's in favor of it. But the money, if we were gonna use it for what the legislature kind of aimed us for, it needs to go to the general fund. So, I don't know, but that's my 2 cents of,
To add to what you just said, Dave, I mean, you were right. That's why the ad hoc committee, but when we were over there in the legislature last year trying to get new officers and funding for that and increases there, we constantly heard, find other, what can you generate through fees? That kind of stuff like that. This is where the conservation, and we've already got away with it. Knocked the parking pass out, and the conservation pass is still an option on the table. And they said, we brought up fees, canoes and kayaks, those kinds of things like that. And that came from a lot of the Western legislators. I mean, I had direct conversations with them about it, John, about, the other ways y'all find additional revenue, so we can go back and look. And, that's what we're doing. But I think the canoe and kayak, we're looking at going to the legislature this year. It's already, Ashton has it over there. Just a reminder, one of the other things we looked at doing the registration of canoes and kayaks. We backed off of that because we thought we had a better idea, which is add to the sales tax on the boat when you buy a boat. And it's add 0.25%. Is that correct? Isn't that correct? 2.25%, which we think will generate 900,000 a year, about $1 million a year. So that that was higher than what we thought we would probably get with registering canoes and kayaks outright. And then you've got the fulfillment you have to do a tag, do an annual license. It was just a lot easier to go the sales tax route. And we're there, we're having those discussions, and so far we have not had any opposition to that. So that is another thing they go on pair to try. Where the conservation, just to renew the conversation, that we heard from commission, and it's a mixed bag. I mean, first I want to tell you it's a mixed bag because you can look at this thing so many different ways. But at the end of the day, I think we looked at when we had to study this, the kid from NC State University, it's a great study, and I've used it several times. It showed that we've got many game lands right now where non-traditional users are already there using it more than traditional users. But the traditional users are paying the bill. When we buy a piece of land, or we do whatever, we're eating the stewardship costs, and it's coming out of hunting and fishing license, and other stuff that we're getting. The thought was to have non-traditional users that are going out there and participating in using these. It's not a matter of not having public land for free, because I think there are other state places that may charge fees, stuff like that, and then national parks do it. So there's nothing unusual about charging a fee, or a pass, to do this. It's just a matter of what it would look like. It's something we want to pursue. It's worth the squeeze. And to be quite honest with you, in discussions I've had with staff, we don't know what it how many conservation passes will be. It may take several years before we come online, get developed, folks learn about it. We may sell 1,000 the first year, and 7 years down the road, 5 years down the road, we're selling 10,000. We just don't, there's no really way to quantify something like that when you don't have a roadmap, to where it's going. But the fact of the matter is that when you look at agency funding, that's where this whole conversation came from, is how can we better utilize helping those that use our facilities, participate in the cost. And that's what's the driving factor. And if we can get comfortable with it as a commission, how to go forward to it, where the revenues go, what it looks like, that's great. And if we can't get there, I mean, that's great also. I think the biggest heartburn, and from the legislature or folks that I've heard, is that this somehow gives non-traditional users more of a vote, more of a vote than traditional users. But folks, some of y'all been serving the state for 25 or 30 years, and decisions are made in this room. And we consider all users, we always have. We talk about birders. When we went through this whole process with Sunday hunting on our game lands, we did a very thorough, to the dismay of several groups, they want us to pass Sunday hunting immediately on game lands. We took 2 years and we evaluated. So we've got a great deal of information. And that's we got enough information now to know
that we've got a lot of non-traditional users out there, and how do we utilize them, how do we bring them to the table, and how do we get fees, out of them to help pay their fair share. And that's kind of where we're at and what we'll end up with a discussion in June, but I don't think asking non-traditional users to help pay gives them more to see to the table than anybody else, because they're already there, they're already coming there, bikers, hikers, trail bikers. We have problems across the state. These folks are using it, they're going on trails, stuff like that. And we're having to deal with the cleanup behind them and trail maintenance and those kinds of things like that. Just a lot of issues. So like I said, if we get comfortable with it, great. And I hope that we can, but we're having an open discussion on that in June. Go ahead.
I got a couple. And I don't know who this is directed to, so whoever jump in. So, Kurt, since we don't have, these people can go use it. I mean, we can't run them off. We can't tell them no. We can't. For the most part, we don't, but there are some restrictions there. Okay. If we sold them an access pass, we can restrict it. Is that a true statement? True statement. So selling them an access pass actually gives them more restrictions than what they currently have right now. True, false?
I would say, we could restrict the use either way. So I don't know that it's more, but we certainly.
If we sold them an access pass, that way they can't, if we said you can't take an e-bike on this property.
We could do that now. What we would do is we would actually know who those users are and where.
Right,
If
they buy an access pass, they understand the requirements. Right now, they could say,
correct.
Where do I find that information at? Okay, but if I sell you an access pass, you know the rules that go with the access pass, and you bought one. You've got them.
Yeah, we would know who those users are. Right now, we don't.
Right. So I see, I'm trying to see both sides of this equation and help us work through this thing. My biggest one, which really doesn't have to deal with access pass, is again, back to where we're using the money. One of the biggest problems I've had in all the years I've sat around here, and it's getting worse and worse and worse, is our boat ramps where the canoers and kayakers are taking up a parking place, and a guy, with a boat and a trailer who is paying for that facility, he ain't where to park. We've got to address that some way, shape, or form, and whether that's bigger parking lots, more parking lots. But again, the man with the truck and the boat should not be paying for the guy that wants to launch his canoe or kayak, and he's not paying $1.
So we don't register canoes and kayaks?
No.
Only if they put them over intelligence.
But they use our boat ramp like, there's some facilities, they use our boat ramps more than boats.
Money, I'd say that's where I would like to start, see what kind of revenue that's gonna generate, and then move from that. And I saw shooting ranges on here. We don't charge anything to use the shooting ranges if you just wanna go use it.
No, sir,
so why wouldn't we maybe look at those shooting ranges to charge for an access to use the shooting range just to see what kind of revenue that would generate before we would move into an all-out access pass?
So I would, with shooting ranges, I think it's a little bit different because those users are paying in. It's a pretty large percentage of ER that actually comes from target shooters at this point. I want to say the last thing I saw was somewhere north of like 70% of PR is actually coming from recreational shooters, not hunters. Because of the sale of handguns and ammunition. But
they're not paying to use it, but
they're not paying to use it, but they are paying into the system that we're using to pay for those shooting ranges.
But to encourage them to buy, where we're going with this is to encourage people to use a hunting license. So why would we not try to encourage them to start with that to see if that pushes them into the next?
And I think you're right. I think we can look at this conservation access path a la carte if you want to, and say, okay, well, if we're comfortable with this, but not comfortable with that, we can move forward with part of it. I think that is a very decent potential way to go if the commission split on where. And I think you're right. I'm voting access areas are very close to start, but We're also looking at sales use tax.
Right. Many years ago, we had a game land use permit that you had to have in addition to a hunting, fishing, or trapping license. I think when I bought my lifetime sportsman's license, 1983, it included that game land use permit. I don't know how the income was divided between those things. Presumably, when that game land use permit was dropped, so the hunting licenses went up, but it went up regardless. I don't know, is that relevant to the discussion? How, if anybody, maybe Wes remembers that what happened when the game lands use permit was done away with, and the revenue stream, or how that impacted the revenue stream back then? And is that somewhat analogous to this conservation access pass? So again, there probably weren't that many non-consumptive users on our much smaller game land system.
It hadn't been really that long since the game lands use permit. And we still have it. I mean, there are horseback riders that are required to have it on certain game lands. If they're over 16. But in general, we rolled that into all the other licenses. So fishing and hunting licenses include that privilege. And the money that went into that is spread throughout the agency. We didn't allocate $5 that was that to only this at that point. So we still try to spread that across and meet the needs of every division and what their budgeting is.
I don't drag this out way too far here, but since we're so far ahead of schedule. So like parking, you know, what happened? I knew we discussed parking. But then that kind of, we decided we couldn't.
Well, I think the idea of paid parking, I think where that became a questionable issue is how do you monitor it and how do you contract people to tow that we're not. So you have to have contractors that are working these remote lots in the middle of nowhere, towing people if they're not registered, and how do you register those folks?
What if we rented our parking lots to a private entity like they do in downtown Raleigh, you know, parking place number 42, here's just, I walk up there and I better put my dollar in slot 42 or they're gonna tow my car out of slot 42. I don't know, I mean, we gotta figure out something because Brian and I have talked about this for years. I mean, there's only so much land at some of these ramps. I mean, we'd like to add 10 more places. There's nowhere to add 10 more places, you know, so I mean, we're punishing the very people that are paying currently. And I mean, we gotta find an answer for something, not, like I said, I'm getting off track on this access path, but it all kind of rolls back around to, if you want a purpose for it, we got a lot of purposes for why we need a little more money.
But if you just charge for parking, you're asking that fisherman to pay twice.
Correct.
So the way to avoid that is an access pass for people that are paying nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it seems like there's not a single silver bullet here that solves this. So, you know, it's gonna take time. It's gonna take different options. It seems, you know, out of fairness, everyone wants, you want everyone to pay their fair share. This is a public resource. This is the, you know, we want to protect the resource, but some people are utilizing it without paying their fair share. Sounds like it's a good first step of many to start, you know, becoming more self-sufficient.
Yes, sir, Jim.
I like Deputy Briggs' thoughts, and I guess Ray too, on perhaps doing an a la carte type thing like we do with hunting and fishing licenses. And then that opens up a possibility for maybe even some sort of a lifetime access pass and all kinds of things you can start doing to generate even more revenues because and you can do it for specific, I guess, however you model it, but specific game lands, you do boat access ramps would be the first one I'd hit because I did not realize that canoes and kayaks were registered to use those things. And that's something we do need to get arms around pretty quick. I'm also surprised that there was such a negative reaction to this, so we need to respond to that, certainly. And the a la carte methodology seems to address a lot of those concerns if we were to do that. And then we could tier the amounts of these fees depending on what you do. You can do an all-encompassing, you can do a specific game land, you can do a boat ramp or something like that, because we already do it with a hunting license. That's a thought. I'm not saying we're going to solve that today, but that's good thought. I think we'll look into. And not knowing how much it's gonna generate in general, I hate to shoot ourselves in the foot by doing it all at once, expecting one thing to happen and it not. However, if it exceeds a value that we're expecting and then therefore becomes a good revenue source, I don't believe that it's going to ever come close to what the hunting and fishing licenses generate for us. And so those people aren't gonna have they're gonna have a seat at the table now, maybe, but they're not gonna have a big seat, like the hunter and fishermen would. And I think it's not bad to hear what they have to say, because they are users. Question though, on the horseback riders, if they have their permit, they would not have to get an access pass, so correct?
Yes, we don't want to double charge people. So it would likely be one or the other. I don't know that we would have a reason.
Non-traditional users are cut off.
Gotcha. And that's all.
We're looking at targeting folks that are currently not paying anything. But anybody else who already is on a fee base, that stays the same, and they can continue to do what they do without a conservation. I think that's what we understand. But Jim, to your point about, am I surprised that people are opposed to being asked to pay for something to get for free? Absolutely not. I mean, I think that's human nature. I think Wes had a good, you ran into this years ago, legislature, right? When we on canoe and kayak passed forward. I think that's a lot of it, and I think, to me, some of the 100 misconceptions that we're gonna get outvoted or we're gonna get out, they're there now. They're coming out. Anyway.
That's what's probably,
That's what I'm saying.
Me too.
So one thing about that though, is we're really good with engaging with our hunters. We don't know who these other people are and we don't know how to get to them. So I'm not really surprised that we got a lot of comments from hunters and anglers, because that's who who looks.
At the very first slide, that 264 hunters, license holders were opposed to other people paying, not them paying.
Go to the next slide.
I understand that.
That one?
But Dave, it looks like about half of those are opposed because they think charging the people that use game lands more if they have a pass.
Yeah.
That's where a lot of the opposition, if you read, you know, 5, 6, 7, those are all, the hunters are saying, well, are we gonna have more people in the game lands because we're giving them a pass?
That was the sentiment at the county meeting.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're already there.
But they think it's
You and I
going to
know that.
encourage you.
They think.
Yeah, and with that, you said that we have a lot of people that are using it. Some places they're using it more than the hunters use it. What are you gonna do when you start having more people, you know, like you said, that are buying it and getting the pass, and then next thing you know, the hunter's gonna have to figure out when he can go hunt certain parts of it, because these people are gonna come in and say, I'm just saying.
I think if you look at the study that we have in hand right now, that he did, we went over numerous times. I mean, they're there now. I mean, that's the issue.
But with access pass, Ray, y'all correct if I'm wrong, but I mean, we could say this access pass only gives you access outside of hunting season. You know, deer hunting or bear hunting or whatever hunting season.
Days that you're not allowed to hunt on those game lands.
Yeah, you can do, you can, this access pass gives you the ability to go on X, Y, and Z, but not during the month of December.
And I think the safety concern is legitimate. So I mean, I think that's a good way to address that.
I've just been surprised at the opposition from hunters and legislators that,
You know, you know, in all honesty, I mean, I've got a problem with just the premise that the legislature tells us we need to find more action. I mean, let's back up a little bit. I think it's as much as they are unaware of what we are providing and what they are paying for. I mean, I'm not the only one. I mean, Dave's been on here a long time too. I mean, y'all realize that we're getting less than 50 cents on the dollar for what the legislature gave us 15, 18 years ago. And we're serving how many more people? I mean, we should be it should be proportional somewhat to the population and the people that are using the facilities that we provide. I mean, I'm thinking it's as much of a lack of their understanding of what we are providing. And they keep cutting us down. Yet they want to also be restrictive on what we can charge for a license on top of that. I mean, we're getting squeezed every possible way. And then turn around and tell us to go find more revenue. The premise is just off, I think. If maybe we need to educate the legislature a little bit more about what we are doing and why we need more help. And if they've got a silver bullet, let's hear it. Because we can come up with all these little small things, but at the end of the day, the kind of revenue we talk about generating, I just don't see the source. Yep, we can get $800,000 here and $300,000 there and that kind of stuff. But it kind of goes back to something I said a while ago. The administrative overhead to garner that money, eat at least half of it up, if not more. And all we're doing is just complicate the system that much more. I don't know. There's a little bit of a catch-22 to all of this that I think needs to be considered as well. I wish there was some, like Landon said, a silver bullet, something we saw that was out there. The most egregious one, though, is quite frankly, I had a conversation 2 weeks ago with a kayaker group. He represented, he said, about 600 kayakers, canoers. And he was really wearing me out about it. I said, look, I don't give a damn about your kayaks. Okay. I said, it's the vehicle that you got there. Y'all can launch. You're at the launch site less than 10 minutes. I mean, we're fine with that. But it's the 3 hours you're gone that your truck and trailer and all the people that are involved in that are there, because usually you've got 15 kayakers that represent 12 to 15 vehicles. Where we got, a motorboat, maybe have 1 to 3 to 5 people per boat per trailer. I mean, there's a disproportionate amount of vehicles per kayak. And because y'all pull up with a trailer with 6 kayakers on, but then there's 5 other cars that come in there, get in that one trailer. It's the vehicles parking that's the problem, not the launch. He said, well, Bill Moore. I said, and we're happy to do that. Y'all fund it. And they said, well, I don't know. That's our responsibility. I said, it's going to come to a head at some point now. It just cannot continue to be as it is. Quite frankly, there's probably more kayakers and canoers coming on proportionally than there are people with motorized boats. But it's going to get to be a bigger and bigger problem.
And one thing I want to point out, I didn't really realize this till a month ago when we had these discussions. This does not apply to national forests. This conservation plans will only apply to lands that we manage, game lands we have. So good for thousands and thousands of acres, this conservation plans would not apply to, even though they're in our game lands. The national, is that correct? Million and a half acres would not be subject, you could still go without a conservation plan. If that makes any difference in somebody's mind, particularly in the western part of the state, that'd be critical. They can still use a national forest. Every citizen in the state probably having to use this.
I don't know if it's easy to think, but I mean, to Kyle's point about what we're just talking about at Wilson Creek, those aren't hunters and fishing. I mean, we got to address this problem, guys, sooner than later, because, I mean, again, we're talking about doing a rule to tell people you can't park here because you're taking up hunters and fishermen parking places. And I mean, this is the same difference. And I'm gonna tell you, boys, from what I see, it's from the coast to the mountain. I mean, there's a canoer or a kayaker, they're at the whitewater up in the mountains, or they're down at the little sounds and all the little backwaters at the coast. I mean, and they're not paying. And I could care less about a bird watcher or somebody else. I care about these canoers and kayakers because they're starting to outnumber the damn birds. And right now, they're not paying.
And say, I know it might not be the most profitable starting out, but we're looking to grow our communication, looking to grow our, contacts and I guess hunters, fishers, paying customers. If you're gonna look at a private business, this is a way to engage in a community that is not really engaged with us right now. We know our diamond and everything, but it's not really that knowledgeable or known well across the state. I know we're doing a great job of communications and marketing, but this is a great way to start engaging with folks who may not be as knowledgeable about us, and a way to grow, influence and grow, communication with those folks who will help. It's kind of like exponential growth. You're not paying that much we're not spending that much, you're making a little bit, but you're getting and engaging with the community that is not really currently engaged with us as well.
Okay, Terry. Go right ahead.
Besides the parking spot, if these folks get in trouble, who's in charge of their safety? We are. Yeah, so we're the ones that have to do the water rescue, we're the ones with the boots on the ground. It's a very important act.
I got one. Okay, go ahead. So, when we've had discussion about how much we would charge for a conservation pass, what's some numbers that have been discussed?
$25-30.
Well,
How much?
$25-30.
I mean, in a perfect world,
That,
we
that,
would charge
that,
just a little bit more than we would for a hunting or a fishing license. That's right. Correct. To encourage them to buy a hunting or fishing license because that benefits us on the better side.
First of all, I'm 100% agreement with Wes. Again, second of all, $25 to $30, that ain't even worth doing to me. I mean, if you have one, if you're not going to charge $50 to $100, when it seems like waste of time.
I like the way you think.
I mean, seriously. I mean, you look at what they get and what the cost of it is. That ain't even. I mean, we're afraid of offending somebody. I don't feel that way. It's not personal. I mean, it's way more than $100 value. I can tell you that for a person for a year. Give me a break.
We ought to be able to do a market of, I mean, what's it cost to build that parking?
Right.
One car.
You
You know,
wouldn't.
I mean, boys, and we've got parking lots in good locations that access the water that everybody wants, and we're giving it away for free.
Yeah.
They don't give away parking place in Raleigh.
And at $25, you're still giving it away.
So what Kyle said was really smart.
And you'll make it by that.
You charge more for this access pass, you do a hunting and fishing license. You draw people to get a hunting and fishing license, then you get the federal magic fund, you get the sport fishing. So I mean, that, charge twice as much for a fishing license.
Ways to
Come over on the birthday
these
bill
out.
down, I can tell you that.
You could have people that are using our game lands for free now, they don't want to pay, so they'll go somewhere else. Or you have so many people encouraged to use our game lands more, we're collecting a lot of money from that, and of course, we can adjust that up if we feel like we need to, charge more for the past and the future. Either way, we're gonna be able to handle it. You know, if the game lands get more overcrowded, it's because we're getting a lot more revenue, pass holders, buy more game lands, put in better infrastructure.
Anything else? Carrie? Have you heard enough to come back with some options? Well, first of all, Landon, you said it better than I did. There's no silver bullet, and it's gonna be a mixed bag, and we either go into this thing understanding we've got to start somewhere and make adjustments along the way to see how it sinks in. What are the problems? Just like anything new we put in, we got to go into with that attitude. And until we actually see how it work and what the ramifications are, we don't know, because this is brand new. Because, and here again, I get back to the point. Do we want to continue to let non-traditional users, which we know are there, which you documented that are there, and then users more than some game lands continue to use our facilities upkeep for free at expense of hunters and fishermen, and other license holders? That's really the point. That's why we're at where we're at now with it. The discussions, we can come back and address the parking later on. Be more than happy to do that. We've already addressed the motor to get more stuff for dredging and stuff like that with the 0.25%. So do you want to hear options? I mean, you want to kill it today? You want to hear options, or?
So let me ask you
where we're at.
clarification. Is this not already in the legislature? Like,
We don't have to have legislature approval. This is something the commission can do without legislative approval.
so I've gotten calls from legislators. So
They don't have to.
Well, so if we'll have, y'all will have to do rulemaking.
Yep.
And then that's subject to 10 letters. I would fully expect anything we do like this, we get 10 letters. And that kicks it to the legislature and then the
But if we want to do
legislature.
an access pass right now, we don't have to ask
We
legislature.
do not. We do not have to have.
Well, we do have to pass through. Which does.
So if we were to implement registering, kayaks.
We're not, that's not even on the table.
We would have to get
We
legislative.
would have to,
approval.
yeah.
Well, what,
That's,
can we not start with that? Cause I think that's gonna be the biggest.
we can get more money with the 0.25% sales tax on vehicle and when, but see, if we start registering, like I said earlier, if you get, and you start having to do fulfillment and send their tag, you can, 1 or 2 year registration, you get back to what Wes is saying. So this way, if you just do it'll be a point of sale, distribution and collection.
Okay.
When somebody buys a boat, they're paying 0.25% more percent in.
When you say about
We'll get.
a canoe, kayak,
That's what I'm
kids
asking.
boats, ski
All
boats.
vessels, but it wouldn't change. There's a max.
Yeah.
And so it wouldn't affect, I can't remember what it is, vessel over 30 feet. Well.
Whether
it's
it's,
like
whether.
35.
That has nothing to do with it. It's just like when you go to buy a gallon of gas, and you pay gas
I'm
tax,
sorry.
on sale, distribution, and it goes to wherever it does by whatever state
I got you.
mandated distribution formula is. We would be in that chain at additional 0.25%.
That
Without,
would,
without having to send out any fulfillment cost, so it should be just about total. Distribution, go ahead.
That's buying a boat inside North Carolina.
Yeah.
You know, some people will drive across the state line to save.
1%. I don't, the sales tax in South Carolina maybe work that out.
So do we want to come back with one option, two options? Kenny, what are you hearing? I have.
I mean, there's a lot of ways you could do this, right? I think we do need to start looking into where it would apply and where it would not apply. That's something we haven't really dug into yet, and that's really important.
Let me ask you a question. Does June give you enough time to do that?
We have an early June meeting. No, not really.
Okay.
July would be better, or
Let's shoot for July. We want to do this and do it right because we'll be here all afternoon long with all the possibilities and the mixed mag and everything else like that. So don't come back in June, come back later on in the year, in July or later. After we've had time to mesh it over and talk about it and be sure we consider all the unintended consequences. Yes, sir.
The pressure that we're talking about the legislature to be more self-sufficient and to rely less on them. I heard that the first time I got on the commission when Gordon was chairman. Is what you're talking about something that's happened more recent?
No, when we went to the legislature 2 years ago, asking for more money for 16 more officers. Sitting in their offices, I heard, have you looked at all your possibilities to get fees, to add to it to help pay for them? And the answer to that, well, we've got some other opportunities, maybe conservation pass. It was specifically mentioned by the canoers and the kayaks. It was not a direct, it was not do this, do that. But in those same conversations, we heard about our endowment fund too. You asked him for more money and and God knows we got $200 million in today. So now we're able to have, we put that to bed. We built a new hatchery, built new law enforcement. And we've been able to address those issues. We're finding another hatchery out of it, support Western North Carolina. So those conversations kind of backed off after that. But it was not a bad exercise at all to go through and find out how you can get rid of different non-traditional uses that are using themselves is not paid. I mean, it was not, to answer your John's question, it was not a direct, it was just, we heard it numerous times. That's shaking it. And so that's what we're doing. And so now we go back and we'll say, we have, and for these reasons, blah, 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 we address canoes and kayaks with what you help us with on sales tax. And I think that helps us with our case going forward for the,
Is your pie chart shows where our funds come from on our website?
Jason, question.
no, it should be.
It should be.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's probably that recent version. It's gonna be similar, but yeah, we can get the updated now.
Can we add a little brief deal on there that just talks about paragraph 2 about agency funding, how we're funded. And I think that'd be a very good thing to do, yes. So we've all agreed, we want to take a look at it. And if we can take a pass and come to a consensus, we need 10 votes to do that. Maybe 11, depending on who's here. And then, after that, we can decide what to do on those options. We can come to a consensus. Okay, take your time to do it though. Don't be in a rush for July if you can't get it done right. You know, we meet 3 or 4 more times the rest of the year. And obviously we need some things we need to resolve, do a little soul searching and come up with the best option. So don't rush ourselves into it. Okay? Anything else? Okay, Shannon. You want to take your crack at this crowd? She wants to put it.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. I'm here to give you an update on the revision of our wildlife action plan. And this is the website that we have up right now. And some of you've been through this revision before, and you know that it takes at least a year-long process to do that. And when we started our revision cycle, which is a 10-year revision cycle, we shared a survey, which you see on the website. We wanted to understand who knows about this, who knows what the plan is, how do they use it, what could we do better on getting information out about it, just to try to collect information from the general public or from our partners, and that might inform some of the steps that we took in our revision. We also shared, I have 2 of the 1-page flyers that we circulated early on to just kind of do some fact sheets about what the Wildlife Action Plan is about, just in case people wanted to know more. And we utilized the brand new Conservation News email list to do that. So we've been trying to use that more, connecting with our Wildlife Action Plan partners. So the deadline, which will be our 3rd revision, is September 30th, 2025, and we submit that to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Regional Review Team. And just to give a little bit of status update on where we are with that, there are 8 required elements when we submit that. That's what that review team is looking for. And 2 of those is broad engagement. That could be with species experts, partners, or other government entities, and then public participation. So we wanted to make sure that we were giving you an update at this point, because we're about to enter that phase, and that might be where you get phone calls or questions. And so we just wanted to make sure you knew that we're planning for that to happen in early May. So just for where we are right now, we are incorporating input from our staff and our partners. Overall, for this next revision, there are not substantial changes. And the reason for that is because we did 2 minor amendments. We did addendum 1, which was an update to our species of greatest conservation need, priority species. We heard a lot from staff and our partners that it was just, we couldn't wait for the 10-year cycle. And then the other was kind of motivated by the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, that we thought there might be an opportunity to pay for plant work for species of greatest conservation need plants. So we coordinated with the Department of Agriculture, their plant conservation program, and the Natural Heritage Program. They already had a process for that, so we just added that into our plan. So the only major change is we have had a conservation opportunity area tool that we have changed who hosts it. So it's still basically the same tool, but we want it to be a little more user friendly. It was being hosted by NC State. They are no longer able to support it based on some of the technology upgrades. And so we have partnered with the Southeast Conservation Adaptation Strategy, and that is the same source that Georgia and South Carolina will be using as well. So it helps us do more landscape scale planning because we're using the same tool. So the timeline, like I said, in early May, we're going to start the 30-day comment period. That will be posted on this website, and people will be reviewing our draft. That will be also circulated through our Conservation News email list, and we have been engaging the Non-Game Wildlife Advisory Committee. So the reason why I'm bringing it up today is that to meet that September 30th deadline, we in the past have utilized the Habitat Non-Came Endangered Species Committee and asked for them to do a review of the draft. Since you only have two business meetings before October, I will be working with Commissioner Davis to try to figure out how that fits into the schedule. But we could propose that we're sharing that with Hinges for June, and then that maybe at the July commission meeting, that would be when we would have all comments incorporated and staff would be requesting Hinges to make a recommendation. And usually that recommendation is a resolution that we include in that commission meeting. And then we ask key partners for support letters. So those may also be things that you're asked about. So that is the only things I wanted to mention. And then if there's any suggestions of some other way you would like us to share.
Questions, comment?
Right.
Good.
Thank you.
That you wore out on the last. Darren Barnes, update on the Black Cove Fire Complex.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was asked to give you guys an update on the Black Cove fire that occurred in the mountains just this month. I don't know how many of you are aware of that occurred, but it was a pretty big deal out there. And it's called the Black Cove Fire Complex, but actually it burned a large portion of our Green River game lands out in that part of the world. And before I get started, every slide or every picture you see in these slides are pictures of the actual fire or us working on the actual fire. So this is a picture of the fire itself right there on this screen. So like I said, it's called the Black Cove Fire Complex because it was not actually a single fire. It was actually 3 different fires that started independently of each other that burned in the same general area. So if you look at this out in the mountains, kind of southern mountain part of the state, down here, that is the Green River game land outlined there for you near Henderson. And it basically covered, that star is kind of a little low, I would say. It covered that big chunk all through the middle of that game lands with the 3 different, mainly the Black Cove section, the Deep Woods section of the fire burned on Green River. The Fishhook piece was not actually on our game lands. And looking at these fires, it totaled about 7,680 acres across all 3 of those different fires. Black Cove was about 3,000. The Black Cove section was about 3,502 acres. The Deepwood section was about 3,979 acres, and Fishhook was 199. And then if you look on our game lands, we totaled about 5,840 acres of our game lands that burned across Black Cove and Deep Woods. But again, Fishhook was not part of that game land. The fires are out now, or considered out, or they're cold. Forest Service doesn't like to always say that they're 100% contained until way in the future. But just so you know, that we have wrapped those fires up and our staff is no longer working those fires. The causes of those fires, which is interesting, is in 2 cases on Black Cove and Fishhook, it was power lines down. And essentially what is happening in the mountains is because of Hurricane Helene, a lot of those power poles have been stressed through the hurricane, whether it was water erosion or wind. And then recently there have been more winds that have come through the mountain areas, and it's just the poles can't handle it. And so they're starting to come down, and they've had a number of wildfires that have occurred by poles coming down and start sparking fires from the power line. And there's some other factors involved in that, which I'll cover in just a minute, that exacerbates the situation. They're not real sure about the Deep Woods fire, what actually happened to start that fire, but the other 2 were definitely power lines coming down. And this was a big effort by the North Carolina Forest Service. They brought in a lot of resources. We were one of those resources that were called in to help. Their total resources ended up being about 393 personnel and included about 34 engines. And when I mean engines, I'm talking about pumper trucks, like trucks with water that were coming out to fight the fire. So just kind of look at what our commitment was to this fire. We ended up mobilizing about 64 allow a staff to go out on the fire, which represented about 16% of the total personnel on the fire, including the Forest Service and the people that they brought in. We had 3 of our bulldozers on site working the fire, and we had 4 of our pumper truck engines on the site. We also had additional UTVs, 2-man side-by-sides that have water tanks on the back and fire rakes and all that, chainsaws and all that good stuff on it, out there assisting with the fire. The fire started on March 19th is when it ignited from the down power line, and they ended up fighting the fire for about 12 days. It ran from, we were called in on March 22nd and went through about April 4th. So Forest Service initially responds to these types of fires. They handle all wildfires, but they are down on staff internally in their agency. And so they quickly called on outside resources, and we were one of those resources they came to and asked for help. Like I said, we had 64 staff in total, but by day we had around 20 to 30, I should say 64 staff, like individuals that went to fight the fire. Daily, we had about 20 to 30 people on site each day from March 22nd to April 4th. This fire actually was elevated to what they call a type 3 incident. And so they had a type 3 incident management team that was mobilized. And for those who may not know about that system, it runs from 1 to 5, 5 being, or I guess I should say 5 to 1, with 5 being the lowest level and 1 being the highest. So this fire complex was kind of a 3 right in the middle. So it was a pretty big, pretty serious situation that they had. And they brought in teams from all over the country to help fight this fire as it progressed. And it was big enough that it qualified for federal funding, what they call the FMAG, which is Fire Management Assistant Grant. So that means that the work we did on the fire, we will get reimbursed for that work for our staff time and our equipment out there on the fire from FEMA for the days that we were out there. So it lasted about 12 days that we had staff out there. About April 3rd was when we were told we weren't needed anymore. They decommissioned us, demobilized us, and returned us home. But we put a lot of hours into the fire. We didn't actually tabulate that for this presentation, but we had a lot of guys put in very long days up into the night. As you can see here, they were burning at night on this particular fire sometimes. Why was this such a bad fire? We have fires oftentimes start in the mountains. Wildfires happen in the mountains yearly. But what made this complex of fires different? Well, it was several things that occurred. It was extremely dry conditions, a lot of that based on the rain. I mean, the wind that was going through the mountains during that time was drying out all that understory. So it was that wind was drying out that understory, but also the wind was not helping it was helping the fire. It was not helping fight the fire because the wind kept stirring up the fire. And if you think about it in the mountains, because of the terrain, if you get fire on a mountain, obviously it runs up the mountain very quickly, very fast, especially if you have wind pushing it. And so a lot of times the fire would jump into an area, run up the mountain face, get to the top, wind would blow it, it would jump again to another hill or another valley. So it was very difficult for them to fight that fire because it kept jumping over long distances in some cases to new areas that they were not prepared for it to be burning in. So it made it very difficult for them to fight against the fire. The other contributing factor was the Helene results of the Helene on the area. And I'm not talking necessarily about blown down trees. There were some of that, but when Helene came through, a lot of little branches, pine needles, those sorts of things littered the ground. So we even had blocks that we had previously burned within the last year or 2 years that reburned because there was enough litter on the ground that the fire could go across it, even in those blocks due to what was blown down Helene. And of course, the road network was impacted by Helene, and so it was more difficult to get around to the different parts of the fire in that part of the world. There's very few roads that really access some of the Green River game lands. And so some of those were closed down, bridges were out, and that definitely impacted our ability to work the fire. And actually, I've failed to mention that not only were our law staff out there, but our enforcement staff were out there as well. And that was one of the roles that they had, was kind of maintaining access to those roads, keeping people out, looking at safety issues and those sorts of things, to help keep people out of the area where they were fighting the fire. In this particular case, there was no loss of life. They did have a couple of firefighters that were injured. One broke his leg, not our staff. None of our staff received any injuries, but there was loss of property. So around March 20th to 23rd, the fire jumped. There's an in holding on that game land there's two in holdings that have houses. And the fire actually overnight, when they thought the line was cold, and this is the North Carolina Forest Service, that they managed the fire. We just worked the fire with them. So they thought the line was cold, and at night it jumped. It had a blowover at the top, and it jumped into another section of the game lands and near this in holding. And so when they came back the next day, that whole ridge was burning. And basically, in this case, how fast it went, the residents were not previously notified. They knew nothing about it. And our staff actually were the ones that went to the houses, knocking on doors like, you've got to get out. And they actually told me about one gentleman they came up to. He was sitting on his porch drinking a beer, and they came in and said, you've got to go now. And he's like, what do you mean? He's like, the fire is coming right now. You got 10 minutes to get what you want out of your house, and we got to go right now. And so he started bringing out all sorts of guns and guitars. And so our staff started helping. Said he filled his truck, backseat of his truck, to the roof with guns and guitars. He had like 80 guitars and a whole pile of guns, and got him out. And they said that his shed, ultimately his house didn't burn down, but his shed caught on fire. And they said it went off like the 4th of July for about an hour and a half. So that's how much ammo I guess he had in his shed. But unfortunately, they weren't able to save all the houses. There was about 16 houses in that in holding. I think about 10 of them burned. So there was damage that was occurred like that. There was loss occurred, but no lives. We were able to get them out and help fight those fires. Just a word of warning to all you homeowners: the houses that survived didn't have a lot of leaf clutter up next to their house. They had nice green yards that protected those houses. Any of the houses that were kind of in the woods with a lot of leaf litter, those are the ones that burned up, unfortunately. So we were assigned to some of that structure mitigation at that time. And so that's kind of all I have today. Just in summary, again, it was about 7,600 acres, about 5,800 acres of our game lands were burned, which is okay. We burn those game lands usually anyway. But what I do want to point out, I guess, is the effort that our staff put in. And Keith Money with the Forest Service, he's a Region 2 forester. So he was the person that sort of wrote our evaluation at the end of the fire. They give you an evaluation of your crew and the work you did. And I got a quote up here for him, and I'll read, since it's kind of small for you guys, I'll read it to you. The North Carolina Wildlife Crew performed under extreme pressure on Division Alpha. So they were divided up as divisions to fight the fire. So we were part of Division Alpha. They helped me save people and property when the fire made a run towards homes. I cannot express my thanks enough for their courage to get people out of homes. Their line construction, firing, mop up, and holding was a huge assist to my division. And I would like to say that, one of the things I struggle with probably every day is thinking about those 135 people that work for me out in the field, and the danger that we sometimes put those people through, or that their job puts them through, I should say. And knowing that we were able to go out there and help these people save their homes, save their lives in some cases, and just the selfless work that they did. I went out there on site with them one day, and they've been doing long hours, and I was talking to them, and I had some of them from the Piedmont, because we sent staff from all over the state, from the coast to Piedmont, and of course in the mountains. I had some of those Piedmont staff tell me, thank you so much for letting us be here. and being part of this fire. And I wasn't expecting to hear that, because this, they had fought the fire all over the weekend and all that, but their dedication, their job and what they're asked to do is incredible. And I worry about them every day. And so far we've been very lucky. But just wanted to give you an update on that fire and the results of that fire. But there was a lot of good work done by our staff on this fire, this wildfire. Questions?
Darren, comments? Wait, Brad.
I had people from other parts of the country that, of course, hear about the fires in California, and they were calling me, "Are you all okay?" And I had to explain, we don't get the types of crown fires in a conifer canopy that were so destructive out west, and that mostly it was burning ground lift.
That's right.
When we do control burns, it's not in as dry conditions as we
Right.
had wind.
Or wind. We would never burn in that wind.
And then the debris from the hurricane, big logs probably haven't had time to dry out enough yet, but is it too early to say much about tree survival and the aftermath and whether?
Of this fire? So I think, I don't know for sure. I haven't asked those kind of questions, but based on the type of fire I think tree survival will be fine. Like you said, it wasn't a crown fire. Unless it would have been something at the top of a hill where the fire has come together and sort of made a higher burn mark on trees. But usually it's ground cover that's burning. But in this case, it burned quickly and a lot with the wind, a lot more erratically than it normally would. So normal fire behavior, they were not seeing normal fire behavior. And the fact that it could jump for such great distances is what kept it going for so long. Because they would set up lines to try and hold a line, and they would hold it for a long time and think, oh, it's cold, we're good. And then something would jump off the top and go, quarter mile outside the line and land. And that's just very difficult conditions to kind of fight that kind of fire in.
Most of the trees in the mountains aren't leafed out yet the way
Right.
they are around here. So
Right.
should be able to tell more in a few more weeks.
Well, Darren, just like what we saw with Hurricane Helene with our boys that went up there and did the same kind of work, search and rescue and saving lives, and the way your crew responded to this, we're crediting it. I have the whole commission credit to yourselves at this stage. We thank all.
Well, they love what they do. It's just dangerous stuff sometimes.
I will say, this is not in their job.
Yeah, I know.
Right? They're going to prescribe fire. This is totally different.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm very proud of
It's
this.
huge. Yeah, it's huge.
And just to reiterate, that the Forest Service recognizes that as well. They're very grateful for our system.
Moving on then, thank you very much, Darren. I'm gonna ask, we got a couple of things that's not on the agenda, we get brief updates on. I'm gonna start with the executive director, an ongoing agreement negotiation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just wanted to brief the commission really quickly. So the American Relief Act was signed into law at the end of last year, and part of that act dedicated about $6 billion to the U.S. Forest Service for disaster relief, specifically Helene and the hurricanes down in Florida and the California wildfires. All of that, a little over $2 billion is going to the Forest Service in North Carolina, to the U.S. Forest Service in North Carolina for Helene relief on the Pisgah and Nanahaven. They've been talking with us, and we're in negotiations on the commission getting a part of that money to do wildlife restoration work on the forest. So this would be a tremendous opportunity for wildlife on the national forest. We're talking a 10-year agreement's what we're working towards, somewhere in a $250 million. So we're in the early process of trying to identify what all of the actions would be. Certainly road construction, tree removal, all of those are pieces, but linear wildlife openings and stream restorations and aquatic organism passage are all parts of what we do as an agency and will be hugely impactful for wildlife species and our constituents. But the other piece of that is recreation and access. And I know Commissioner Rogers and I have talked about some access issues up there, and this is a once in a generation chance for us to actually get some of this work done. So I just wanted to kind of brief y'all and tell y'all we're working towards that. A lot of the work would be contractual, but then a lot of the work will be on the ground, boots on the ground, and so we'd be looking at potentially doing some time limited employee hiring to accomplish this work and really make some tremendous strides in the West.
How much money you say they got?
A little over $2 billion for North Carolina.
With the,
And what we're looking at.
right. I want to make sure you
And
understand.
again, I mean, you know, so what we're talking about, because they asked us because of, you know, from a wildlife standpoint, what are the projects we would want to accomplish? And we didn't have a lot of time to really get the first round. But our staff were ambitious, and I think the first round we submitted was about 240 million worth of work over the next 10 years. And the Forest Service has been very supportive of that. One thing that we had in the first round that we can't do is land acquisition. But everything else on the forest that has been impacted by the hurricane gives us an opportunity to really make some hay with wildlife habitat and restoration activities.
Okay, moving on, I'm going to ask our attorney to give us an update on the Oates case. She's got good news. She's been waiting patiently on how well she did, and she did do a good job. You're gonna hear a great result. Go ahead.
Yeah, it wasn't me, it was the AG's office. Well, Jessica and I did the trial part of it, and it went for appeal to the Court of Appeals. But just to remind you, the Oates case was the case where Mr. Oates was challenging the Sunday hunting laws, claiming, and our Sunday hunting rules, claiming that they were unconstitutional on several grounds, including the semi-new constitutional amendment on hunting and fishing. And we did win that case in front of a 3-judge panel on the trial level, and they appealed it to the Court of Appeals. And today we received an order from the Court of Appeals affirming that decision. And what's really great about this opinion for us is because the constitutional amendment to hunt and fish is a new amendment, we didn't know how they were going to treat it in terms of scrutiny, like what level of review they were going to give laws that were passed under that. And the plaintiff in the case was asking for the highest review, which is the hardest to meet, and we were asking for the lowest. And the court did say that laws passed under the constitutional right to hunt and fish should receive rational basis review as opposed to strict scrutiny, which is really good news. There are a couple of things I just want to mention from the opinion itself, and I'll read from it, because in finding that the Sunday hunting laws were rationally related to a legitimate government interest, they made a couple of remarks on some things. So they said, by restricting hunting on Sundays, North Carolina receives compensatory hunting days under the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Regulation, extending the hunting season while receiving the same number of hunting days. So migratory bird hunting is one of the major things that he was opposing, the restrictions of that. 2, by limiting the hours on which hunting can occur, the law provides opportunities for non-hunters to North Carolina game lands and provides residents and churchgoers with an assured respite on Sunday mornings. The law ensures that, the law ensures that migratory bird populations will be preserved by preventing their hunting on Sundays. So the plaintiff in this case, it was a 3-0 decision, which means there was no dissent. They can try to file an appeal, but it will be harder for them to do that. So we'll wait and see if they try to do that, but hopefully it will remain with the Court of Appeals.
Very good. Any questions? It's a good victory. Or outcome we hope for sure. Particularly with the light of the constitutional amendment, it threw a lot of curveballs in there, but y'all navigated it very well, and we appreciate the outstanding job our staff did working on all that, and your representation, you're Jessica doing a great job. Thank you very much for any questions. Hearing none, Mally, I'm going to adjourn the committee of the whole at this time, but I'll ask y'all to stay. I got a couple of housekeeping deals I want to go over with you. So at this time, I'll call the meeting, committee of the whole to be adjourned.